Tickle, welcome on in. You are first. That is crazy. How are you? How's your day going? How was your Tuesday? How's everything? All that. We have to wait. Fuck me.
Techig
Discord
just
took
resubscribed for 10
so
months.
long.
YHALLO.
Thank you. Welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub for 10 months. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. It's been a bit. I hope everything is fine. I have a request for you. Which you're probably going to say no, but you know. I have a request for you. Later. Later. What the fuck was I saying? We have been having things happening. This is interesting. This made sound, and I don't know what happened. I don't know what made sound. I've been pretty good. Things are not going as well as I wanted it to be in terms of financial stuff. I have to renew something that cost $450 a year, and I have $1,000 in my bank account. So removing 450 is like half, basically. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe things will happen. I don't know. I don't know. Stony, welcome on in. Good morning. So yeah, other than that, everything is fine. Things are running. The perfume app has been updated much. I know that you are kind of in that as
Tickly
well.
Monster just gifted 5
Why?
subs.
Why? Why? Because I don't have money? God damn it. Thanks a lot for the subs. Very cool. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You got Max TD, that random username, Tabby, and Anomalin. Congrats on all that. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the gifted subs. Makes a lot of it. It helps. It helps. And we are already on level 2 gift hype train. That makes no sense. I've been live for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. But yes, I am a poor fuck, so I appreciate it. I highly appreciate it. It does help relate. I agree. I agree with that. It does. It is a relatable thing, Techie. Yeah. I kind of did the same thing when I went to Japan and lived in Japan for a bit.
Stony
So,
underscore
yeah.
Eagle just gifted 1 subs.
Goddamn. Thanks a lot for the gifted subs, Tony. I appreciate you got Donovan, which we haven't seen in a while, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And now we're on level 3 at 4%. That makes no fucking sense. Appreciate it. It's been 4 seconds of streams. What the fuck are you doing? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Goddamn. Goddamn. Chill. For you, Turkey, I have a question. Could I have, by any chance, access to the Kyoto design system? I kind of want to see how you have organized this shit. Because I know that you work in a different way than me, and the reason for that is that I want to kind of explore. Yeah, that's what is good about it. That's what's good about it. If it's like kind of not common and different practices and so on, without you explaining how you have organized shit, me being able to get in and see if things make sense and how they could make sense in my head as well, that could be interesting. But as always, if you want to keep that for yourself because it's like NDA and for you, do that. That's fine. But yeah. That's the good part. That is the good part. There is almost no components. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Maybe I'm gonna wait for the hard situation to be in a better state before I open the file, because otherwise, goddamn. But yeah, I mean, if you want to, I would love to take a look at that and see how things are going in there because it makes sense. Um, but yeah, I again, this is not something that I would necessarily show on stream unless you are okay with that. This is mostly something that would be just for me on my side. Slight stuff, not necessarily stream stuff. But yeah, if you're willing to do that, I would. It would be cool. It would be cool. I don't know what the fuck this hype train thing with the slot machine at the top does, but it does something. You're on. Welcome on in. Are you gonna land? God damn, you were so close. It was so close. Oh my god. I thought for a second you would land, but no. But no. So we have the update techie for you because you haven't been here in a bit, like 2 weeks or something, as if it was long. A bit more than that. The perfume app has been updated with the proper syncing of the database. Finally, I did the thing. I'm good with it. It's working. Um, so when I'm adding perfumes on my side of things and adding new things, it goes to you, which is pretty cool. You get a notification at the top of your screen, which is not the native notification, but like it's in-app notification. It just tells you this has been updated. It's good. So that's good. Um, I am currently trying to run agents in the background through a subsidy app system thing that I talked about a bit, but you haven't seen yet. To fetch new releases perfumes or new perfume releases. Also, Hugo, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? And making sure that I have like the latest stuff. It's tricky because I don't like there is no database API thing of consolidated data that is good enough. There is one, but they are asking something like 15 to $20 a month for the entry level API stuff, and I'm like, well, I'm not getting enough payment from the app to be able to like just do that.
Now underscore
But yeah,
Conhesido is now following.
now welcome on in. And you put an animated GIF as my Twitch avatar. You have the 7TV add-on on your computer. That's why it's animated. But welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, that is the thing. So it's just regular 7TV. Nothing else. Nothing really creative about it. But yeah, it's been we've talked about that 7TV thing when it came out in 2021-ish, and people were kind of saying the exact same thing, asking why the thing was animated and so on, and people discovered 7TV, and since then, some people here and there, you included apparently, come back to the stream and say, oh yeah, that's interesting. Also, thanks a lot for being the 2,500, unless you unfollowed the channel right after. We have reached the goal of this month of reaching 2,500 followers. Thank you. Appreciate it. So yeah, that is the answer. That is the answer. But yeah, going back to the perfume app, so that has been updated, which is pretty cool. Ban has been updated as well with some new stuff. I kind of made a post on Twitter and Threads at the same time earlier today about the themes. So we have a new Game Boy / retro theme, because I can't really call it Game Boy, otherwise it DMCA and so on. And it has a pretty cool background effect where if your cursor is like at the bottom, the scan line are going to the bottom. If your cursor is at the top, then the scan lines go to the top, and if it's at the middle, it's kind of static. That's kind of, it's cute. It doesn't, it doesn't do shit, but it's cute. And we like it. We have a new TUI theme as well with a bit of a nice glitch effect on hover for most of the cars. This one doesn't work because it's black. The theme of TikTok is black, so that you don't see the animations. But yeah, that has been added, which is pretty cool. Also, Dapshi, hi, what's going on? How are you? How's the day going? Uh, why?
Techig cheered Dex
I
5000.
I don't think I've seen a 5k bit in ever. I don't think I have. Thanks a lot for the bits. I appreciate it. I haven't been live for 10 minutes. God damn. Just wait. Just wait for the people to be here, to have the ego and the recognition. So appreciate it. It is a nice animation. I'm not gonna lie. I do like this animation. It's one of the first pack I bought in 2020. Basically, in 2020, I started streaming, and then I said I need like a core overlay stuff, and then I bought like the first pack that I found, and this one was included, and it's cute, so we like it. So yeah, so that has been updated. This is pretty cute. We are currently at 124 active accounts, and 4 of them are paying, which is cool. That's enough to sustain the bills for now. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, this is overall good news. Overall good news on Ban. Overall good news on Perfume. The other one that doesn't have much news is Can. Can hasn't had update in a while, and I feel like, yeah, I feel like it should. It needs some updates. So we'll see that when I can. On the meantime, we're working on something new, which is called Yoga, which is Slack/Discord/chatting messaging app that is focused on privacy and security. New stuff, and I don't have the alignment yet. I may have some new clients for branding, and one of them is branding alone. The other one is branding with a bit of a style guide/UI kit thing going on for a project that is potentially interesting. I'm staying vague because the thing is not signed yet, so I don't want to jinx as if I had the job. I don't know yet. So yeah, that's maybe I will be less poor soon, but I doubt. I'm already less poor with the 5,000 bits, so I appreciate it. But yeah, that's the overall news of everything that happened since the last time you were here, I think. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Feels, welcome on in. And Feels is the creator of Yorker right there. So that's the thing. That is the thing. It's pretty good. I still have the same issues with the like the files getting deleted when I'm reopening the folder in Cursor. It doesn't make any fucking sense, but it works. I can force refresh, but I'm on dev things. I'm not on here, so it's not gonna change shit. Well, now I'm on the live things, and that was bad. Goddamn. Goddamn. Mm-hmm. You have implemented some security policies, apparently. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. And now it's working. And force refresh is still working. These things are kind of not so good, but it's fine. It's fine. It's working. It's working. Um, but yeah, nonetheless, this is pretty interesting. I feel like this could be a good project app thingy, but it has, in my eyes, a long way to go in terms of design. So yeah, that um how much is a Cloud Max subscription? Is it like $200 or do they have their new ultra plan at 500 to $1,000 a month? Um, because yeah, congrats. God damn, that's impressive. That is impressive on the on the first month, basically. I mean, it's been live for what, 3 months, 4 months, maybe five now. I feel like 4 months, but yeah, the fact that you've reached like 90K revenue in the first year is pretty cool. Max is 100. Didn't they have like didn't they have like a more expensive tier things? They don't. They have max 20. I think that's the max 5 and the max 20, and the max 20 is the one that I'm thinking about, I think. Which right here, nothing is really helping you because, you know, everything is like in Japanese. So it doesn't help. But yeah, uh, technically speaking, technically speaking, we could create uh, a Discord related plan with a centralized account with the max plan, and people chips in. And if you chip in, you have access to the logins. We could. We could. Would that work? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. Tabby, welcome on in. Welcome back. So yeah, that's interesting. Again, not against it. Not against it. Not for it either, but not against it. Let me just do that. And Fields, yes, to answer your question, I did. I did receive your message on Yoga, but not really. I haven't opened it. What happened is I heard the notification, but we don't have notification here. I feel like we should either have a notification badge on this thing or something to tell me that, you know, you sent me something and that I have like a message that is available somewhere because it's right there. But yeah, I did receive the thing. Um, going back there, right, to the pin unpin issue. It is an issue, but it's an issue for like 3 people. So in my eyes, it is not something that you should spend too much time on, specifically now, because it's just like it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I mean, if it's fixed, good, good. Why is that fully kicking me out? That's crazy. When I hard refresh, let me see if that is true. I hard refreshed from the DM section and kicked me out. No, maybe you did something on your end. I don't know. I don't know. It just kicked me out. I just refreshed the page. It kicked me out. It doesn't really matter. One of the things that I want to work on today about this thing is what we have here, or technically what we don't have here. So that empty state looks like shit. We need some redesign for this thing, so I'm gonna see if I can do that. And then same thing when you open a server for the first time, and it shows you like that empty thing. I kind of want the empty space to be here, as in first message, and because it's going to be the same thing every time, auto-generated per channel, it would make more sense to have like a visual thing here that tells you, I don't know, chat here or whatever, something. But yeah, I think this is going to be what needs to be worked on today in order to get something out of it. This is not necessarily going to be coded on my side, but I kind of want to have the outputs there. Probably will do something about it. But yeah, other than that, that is the situation. We need the array on the side. That's not gonna work. It is gonna work. Sorry. That's interesting. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh, it will if I do 16. 16 is gonna be too much. If I do 8 on this, if I remove that, then everything is gonna be clear, which is really bad, but it's fine. And then if I take this thing and add a fill right there, that could work. Could be okay. And then this has a radius of 16 for all of that. And we should be okay. Yeah. We could be good. This thing has a double border now. That's bad. It's the shadow. It's the shadow. Yeah. Same, the effect within, basically. That's weird. The weird placement. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. So, that thing right there. Interesting take. Interesting take. This is not porting for some reason. The idea here is I'm just making sure that we have enough content to play, and then this is going to be my notification, and that's it. You can have some empty space, empty state placements, and play with that. So the goal for this is probably going to be very basic, and I don't want to work too much on this. I think I'm just going to use the icon that we have and hope for the best. So something like this, and making sure that's filling the container, making sure that it's centered. have this in, you know what? I'm gonna keep that because I need the access for notification, and I think we just want the bell without that. Would make more sense. God damn. If only. If only. Let's use this. Let's quadruple it. Yep. So my idea on this is making sure that that color is somehow 10% or something very, very dim, and then within that element, get some inner shadows as if it was like inside of the thing. So a 2 point is probably going to be the right direction. Yeah, I do agree with that, Stony. I don't really understand it either. Earlier today, I had something similar in the sense that it was like basically asking if it wanted to do what I asked it to do in the first message. Like, I said we need to do this, and then describe the plan, and then said something along the line of, "Do you want me to implement that?" And I said, "Yes, that's exactly what I asked in the first message." Um, I I don't have a tinfoil hat. I need one at this point, but I have a feeling, again, going back to the same thing that we said for cursor, that these labs are trying their best to make you burn through your credits as fast as possible. And so making sure that the model is not doing the entire thing and requiring you to resend something, which means that the context window is going to retake the entirety of the chat prior to that message, and therefore just like bump your context window to something that is like not as good, is to me very interesting. And I do feel like this is probably going to be the case for the longest time, where it's just yeah, I don't know, they just want you to burn credits, and therefore they are doing this. So yeah, I mean, you tell me, but that's my feeling. That's the perceived things. And then someone on Twitter made an attempt, if I remember correctly, and said that Claude was adding 20,000 tokens of overhead message things at the beginning of each of the messages that they were sending. So yeah, I have a feeling that this is something that is going to happen for a long time, where just the labs are going to try to make sure that you are burning through everything as fast as you can. And yeah, I I don't like it, but yeah. And cursor has been kind of shit. I agree. I am not gonna lie about that. It's been kind of bad. That is sad. I'm gonna be honest with that. This is sad. But you know, it is what the people want. which is really bad. But if that's what people want, then yeah, take your time. That sounds very terminatory, but all right, do that. Maybe, maybe that's the case. Yeah. We still need that. I don't think the layer blur is helping much. I mean, it's fine, but it's not like as good as it should be. And that 16 should probably be at 10 to get the highlight proper right here. And this one at 80 is fine. Yeah, that could work. That's good. I mean, again, for something that is like this, and if it works, and you have like 1,000 followers, and the amount of views that you're getting is good enough to at some point get into the monetization process of Twitter. I mean, why not, right? The only thing that I would say, please don't do that, is going to be, do not become one of these designer accounts that is not designer, just sharing the content. Like the amount of people that we've seen just share something. I know I sometimes like their post and then realize who it is and just yeah, revert. But I wish since I don't engage with them most of the time, they are getting out. I know that Brett said something about it. God damn it. This one, like, that person complaining about the fact that this is like a copied. No, I don't, because it's fun to see the shit that sometimes happens. And Brett didn't block me yet. So, that's pretty cool. But yeah, no, the amount of people that I'm seeing that have like shared others' design is kind of crazy. But yeah, like this one made me laugh a lot. Specifically, the fact that that person created like an image with Midjourney and used an image that is created with Midjourney, and then Rich was like, "Yeah, I did that," and I was like, I mean, it's a Midjourney image. You don't have any right on it, legally speaking. You're from the US. You have no right on it. The court has said there's no ownership on AI-generated shit, so you have no ground to this, and I'm laughing about that. So, yeah. But yeah, no, I am the same. I don't. I mean, in the beginning, I was pretty interested of the concepts of the thing that he is, uh, you know. But yeah, interesting that Google coin flip with a Kirk illustration when the US wanted to put it on the US coin. I see. Yes. Um. Yeah, I get it. I get it. But yeah, as long as you don't do the thing that you know, um, I mentioned, like these accounts that are just showcasing others people work and say that I mean, said nothing. Basically, didn't even say who the thing is coming from. Just like showing the work and saying nothing. You probably have seen them. They have like a very specific profile picture, and yeah. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. What the fuck am I looking at? Alright, cool. I like that. Yeah, but it is basically at the end of the day engagement baiting because it baits the engagement properly and it works. So, eh. But if it's for shit and giggles on your end, then we good. Um, but yeah, most of the accounts that I'm seeing are doing shit like this, where I know that Roman is pretty okay. Um, but yeah, they're just showcasing like 4 images without having the credits of anyone's, and I'm like, God, they do something about it. I don't know. Share something good, something that is a bit better than just someone else's content. But yeah, nonetheless, I'm gonna need this. I'm going to need this. Anywho, I don't. You know what? I'm not sure they would not do it. I I feel like it they could be okay with it, even though it doesn't seem like a plausible thing, but they could be okay with it. Um, Out of nowhere, they don't. God damn it. I'm still trying to find the thing in question, but obviously, because we're talking about it, I am not gonna find anything. It's always the same. It is always the same thing. I'm looking for something, can't find a thing. Yeah. Yeah. This is something that Elias said, which I am 100% in an agreement with. And it's been a while, so it's probably going to be either deleted or not there anymore. But basically, when he was looking at his engagement and the followers and the users that are viewing his post, it's like mostly outside of where he lives. But yeah, um, it made no sense. Anyways, anyways, um, it's fine. It is fine. So what we're doing right now is the empty state page thingy for the sidebar right here, and I kind of want to have the empty space for this thing as well to be similar. Again, I do think that the light mode of this app is much better than the dark mode for many reasons. But for the main reason being like it looks better. It is better. But most importantly, most designers right now are moving back to light mode. So, yeah, if you haven't noticed just yet, the designers are slowly moving back to light mode, removing the dark mode as a default on most of their products, most of their things, mainly because they want to stand out compared to the crowd, and because the crowd has been designers and devs. Um, yeah, it's just light mode is becoming the default again. So it's just a matter of making sure that the things is just like standing out compared to the crowd, and everyone is going to go back to light mode for the next 5 years ish, 3 to 5 years, and then go back to dark mode at some point. It will cycle, so you need both, and yeah. Maybe it was not good. Maybe you did a shit job. You didn't. I know you didn't. But we never know. We never know. Nonetheless, Figma in light mode is killing me though. That's a no. So I think this is what I kind of want to have as a as an issue, not an issue, but like as a thing right here. And then I want to have one of these. So this is supposed to be a vertical alignment centered, and that thing is supposed to be filling the container and center line. And then I don't know what we want to display here. I think no notification yet is a good base stance right here. It makes sense. It's okay. It's good enough. So probably semi-bold at 22 and color being that at 48, at 40, at 40 could work. A bit light, like a bit darker than the icon itself could be exactly what's necessary. No space, I guess no space is good. And yeah, that feels like that feels like an enough work type of situation right there. I wish I could take the time to build like a true illustrations and something that makes sense, similar to, this is not going to talk to a lot of people, speak to a lot of people, with like the Wise design system. I don't think we will have any alt illustration. Did it transfer Wise with a T? No, yeah, no, it's this one. I don't think we will have like the new illustration tab that they have, but I would love to go into that direction at some point in one of the products that I'm working on. Not this one. But yeah, also, yes. Yes, indeed. And yeah, light mode is coming back. I know. I know. I don't have the thing. But yeah, these illustration types are pretty cool. They are very much a combo of 3D realism, abstract textures, and flat-ish environment when you're looking at the initial design system that they are showcasing. Like, these things are really impressive in terms of how they look. So all of that is very cool. All of that is very cool. God damn it. Thanks a lot for the baguette, and congratulations on landing, Phil's end. That is crazy. Both of you. I guess today is a landed pad thingy. Let me see if it's as rigged as it sounds. Nonetheless, this is very cool, and I do think that these illustration types are standing out. That's what I will say. They stand out so much. Yes, it is. Oh, sorry. It is a very a very rigged drop today. Goddamn. Goddamn. But yeah, no, these illustration types are really cool. They give you something that most people don't have access to and don't, don't see. So all of that is pretty impressive, and they stand out so much that you remember the branding almost immediately, and that green color that is so bright makes things stand out. So we do like it. We do like it. Yeah, I've passed this thing already. Well, I passed the previous version of this thing. I forgot which one that is, but I have like most of the certifications, the Google, so the Grow with Google certifications. I passed most of them. and I would recommend you take them because it's simple, but yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Nothing. It is free, yes. The Grow with Google options are usually free. I think some of them that they have with Udemy, no, not Udemy, the other one. I forgot. I have one of the certificate with another things is free for the first 7 days, and then you have to pay their monthly things. So to get the full course, like you have to pay. But on the Grow with Google, most of their certifications are free, which is good. So we like it. From the one that I've done, which was the Introduction to Machine Learning and the Google AI stuff, TT, welcome on in. Um, you have been subbed earlier today, indeed. Tickle decided to drop 5 bombs right there, and now you subbed. So you thank Tickle. But welcome back. TD, how are you? How's the day going? I should just have scrolled down right there. It would have been way faster, but whatever. Uh, so yeah, these things are pretty good. They are free. They help. What I learned from the machine learning introduction that I've passed last time was how transformer work, how the LLM, large language models, are basically just predictive text and so on, which is useful, but it's kind of some data that I understood before I went into the certification. And if you have no knowledge, then you will learn stuff. If you have some knowledge, you will learn more, like more or less, or confirm some of your existing knowledge, but not as much information. But it's good. I mean, for a lot of people and for a lot of, god damn, that's crazy. For a lot of things, it just it makes sense to have like the certification on paper somewhere to just say, oh yeah, I have this thing, and people are happy with that. So maybe just do that. Just do that. So yeah, I feel like this is what I want to have in terms of the empty space right here. I do have a feeling that, and goddamn, that was cute. That's interesting. That's a shader, OpenAI shader things, if I remember correctly. Something like the illustrations that we have here would be really cool. But again, like I would need to go into a lot more designing to make sure that I have like all of these things set up and organized and properly implementable, because this is something that would need to be light mode, dark mode switched, probably coded, not just an illustration. So yeah, that's a thing. So yeah, I feel like that would make more sense. That header needs to change because right now we have a header that is different than the other two. So we have all of the information already. It's just like a matter of placements and alignments. So that's the only thing. And one of the teeny tiny changes that happened on your end, Phils, that I don't know why it happens, but it happened. If you have a pin message in the first version or the version before you fixed it, we had the ability to unpin a message right here. So it had like just the box with an unpin option. I feel like this was a pretty good thing, um, because you might not want to go back and go navigate back to that message to unpin it. Or if you want to do that, at least give me the ability to just click on the message to go back to said message um, within. So that's the thing. And I just noticed something which is bad. Yeah. In DMs, yeah. That's the thing. I'm not in DMs right now. I think it is right here. If I pin that, we have it pinned here, and it's like available to unpin, and you can move back there. But yeah, just in non DM environment would be great to have the same thing. Same for this section. This pin message needs to go away. Because it makes no sense. It makes no sense. But yeah, overall, I think overall the design wise everything is pretty okay. There are some issues with contrast ratio and placements and stuff that I may have forgotten about, but like the distance that I had here was 16 at the bottom, and the distance that we have now is mostly 8. Like it's 16 from the edge, not 16 from the bottom of the things. So yeah. The key, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's gonna come back. One of the things that you can be certain of is that if you like designing and you do design for fun, and it's nice for you, then you will go back to it at some point. Maybe with different type of tools, and maybe not in Figma. But you will come back to it at some point. So don't worry about it. Just take the time that you need to take in other tools, doing other things in terms of priorities, and then you will have to. You don't like, again, I could have done this thing in the code directly, but because right now I'm kind of not comfortable in doing the changes myself in the code since the latest update from Phil's, I'm like, I don't know if I can do that without breaking everything. So making sure that I'm not touching shit. I'm just making the edits here, and then we'll see if it fits. The main issue that I have, and the reason why I'm not comfortable with it, is that I don't have a lot of window of opportunity to do the changes without Phil's doing something in the code at the same time. So if I'm here, for example, and I'm just pulling the content and have the changes and so on, then it's working, but there might be some changes that if I do some changes, there will be some conflict and so on. So yeah, it's weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. But we'll see. I'll figure it out at some point on the process and the making sure that it works. Nonetheless, this thing is just like a very simple 4 shadows. The order is very important as well. I think I need a precision definitions, but yeah. It's interesting that Android just doesn't have a system that says, oh, this is not available on that device, let me just revert. Let me let me display something that is like usable. Let me display something that the user will be able to play with. But no. But then again, I need uh, an iPhone XR in my testing lineup to check stuff. Like I need a very old iPhone to see if that's the same on iOS. I don't think it's the case. I think an XR is going to be kind of slower, but it's still going to be okay, specifically if you're just like testing apps and not nothing else. Um, but yeah, I think if you have like an OS limit thing, then you should be good. But yeah, anywho. Well, I don't know if you've seen. I mean, you probably have because we have the same feed. Um, yes, feels, and that kind of worked. That kind of worked already, but it's still yes. It's still yes is a good thing. Um, was that was it this Hogus that did this? I now doubt. I am now with doubt. Um, Not this one. I don't know who that is. I think it was August, but I don't think I have liked the post, which is the main issue as always. Basically, what they were saying, they made an article about creating an app in 10 days, going from like design to code to everything to in the store, because they saw it as a an opportunity as a product, and it seemed to be working. They had a pretty good illustration as well, and that's the reason why I saw it. But I don't think I'm gonna find anything right now. I have like some of these newest type of illustration, like these things are coming up. It's a bit of a mix of the dithering slash pixel art slash ASCII mix, and this is a bit of a small trend that I'm seeing on my feed. So if you're into that, this shit is coming back. But yeah, no, nonetheless, the thing that they said was basically they saw an opportunity for a business opportunity for an app that was like not necessarily something that they were passionate about, and then build the thing, and it turned out to be something that was good for them. So if I'm sure you can find something to cybersec, welcome on in. You can find something that would be like iOS only and be good. The thing that I have noticed is that me being me and me creating project every time that I have an ID. Like if I have an ID, there is a project that drops in here, and a lot of these um, air, like Struff, like the Han, and what is it, Lymph as well. These things are mostly iOS only because it's easier for me to just do the Xcode stuff. But yeah, it's yeah. Um, yes, social medias and social platforms are in need of being available everywhere because you have a friend with an Android phone. Like that's basically the reason. Um, and because of that, You absolutely need to get like a version that is cross-platform. And then because you have a friend with an Android phone, that means that you also have a friend that doesn't really have the most powerful phones and therefore will need to get the web version. And because of the web version, once you have it, you basically have your cross-platform thing, but it's a bit of a more complex thing to put in place. So I get it. Nonetheless, there is an other flip side thing that you could put in place, and this is from the regular complaints that we have, which is when users are checking the Android version compared to the iOS version, when people are reviewing apps and so on, and doing the comparison between the two, 90% of the time, that this is 90% of the time, the people are going to say the Android version looks like shit. The iOS version is so much better. Like there is a lot more polish going on, and things are a lot more put together and fluid and so on. And if you wanted to create an Android only app in which you pull everything you have in the design, the optimization, the the overall experience of the app to make sure that this thing is top level experience, you could get like a sustainable source of income from an Android app, mainly because it would stand out so much compared to the rest of the apps on the stores. But as you just said, if you put gradients on the thing, some version of Android are not going to be happy with it, and therefore you're going to have a bit of a hard time making sure that that works on their devices. So I get it, but yeah, it's I think there is an opportunity there, not necessarily the easiest thing to do. Could be, it could be. If you just pour yourself in to something that is a lot more creative, I think the creativity on Android could be very, very good. As we said, most of the animation timelines, most of the physics-based animation, most of the glass and so on are available, that you just need to have a device that is like powerful enough to run them. In which case, based on what you just said, you will need to have the Android version for top of the line phones, the Android version for the medium phone, the Android version for the low version of the device, and then based on what the user has, then you display this or that. But yeah, the fact is, based on the latest implementations of HTML and the HTML Canva, or HTML in Canva, then you will probably have soon the ability to get like these HTML in Canva within an HTML wrapper for an app, in which case your app would just be a browser-ish thing, and it would be a bit easier to manage, I guess, to have something a bit more creative and specific. But yeah, other than that, I mean, even if you do like Swift alone, you will have some constraints or constraint on thing that you can or can't do. But I think there is always a way to achieve something. Also, watch this cat, as always. We'll always stay on the cat until, we're done. But, well, done. I think you have the freedom of doing everything. I I think The difference is going to be the iOS version might end up being something that is coded, and the Android version might end up being something that is PNGs. And that could work. So having, like, for example, for me, anything that is related to, and I'm gonna use the iPhone because that's the same thing. In CAN, the badges, which right now are not gonna be displayed because I'm at 0 on my streak, but the badges that are here are coded in iOS. These things are a mix of images and code together. In the Android version, they are images, like straight up PNGs. They look the same though, but they are PNGs. So maybe that's the type of thing that you can do to achieve the results that you want to have. Maybe you can have no, maybe you can have something like yeah, you could do that. You could create like a centralized for your gradient issue. You could create a centralized gradient stuff that has a midpoint initial color, and then you use a hue shift modifier to achieve the color that you need to have within the app. So for this example, it would be something like I need I need a gradient that is like going from top to bottom, and it is I'm gonna use the red because that's usually the thing that I have, and that is going to be the exact same thing, you know, from both place at 0%, so that you have like a clear gradient. And then on top of that, like just because, you know, you need this thing, the only thing that happens is that this is added as an overlay on top of your content. And there is a modifier that just takes the hue of this entire thing and shift it. So the system for rendering this a bit better, you're probably going to have that as a hue difference or something, and it's just a hue modifier on top of the content. So if you are in default, you're going to be red, but then if the theme in question that is selected is yellow, then it's going to go into the yellow thing and it's going to kind of work. You lose some like transparency and vibrancy in your colors, but it's going to do the job to get your gradients to work because it's just a PNG in the background. So yeah, same. I have two. I have one in Android 9 so that I make sure that the thing is still working on the old versions, and one on Android 15, 16 to make sure that it works on the latest stuff as well. So yeah, it's fine for me. And say yeah, as well, same. I have the Mi Mix 2 and the Redmi 13 Pro, Note Pro things, whatever, the biggest one from last year. It's fine for me. Everything is running smoothly on my side. I don't have complaints. I mean, I have complaints, but I don't have complaints about anything else. So it's fine. It is fine. Let me key this thing on our pin message tray. We need to remove the top message, I guess. It contains the icon and the pinned messages text, I guess. the tray title. I forgot the word header. And in order to make this thing work, I just need to open this. So yeah, the pinned messages right there. Just to get the fuck out. I did. Don't worry about it. Yeah, right now it did a ton of other things. It tackled removing the X to cross and whatever. Okay, cool. Welcome back, Tony. Um, I think I should start doing that. I think I should start doing that for sure. This is absolutely broken, and I don't know if it's a me thing because of what I changed right here, which doesn't seem to be much, but like that makes sense. And then that's here, so you know, whatever. Boy, that's the X to close the message, which means that it is in the tray already. So that's good to know. But that's great for now. And then why are we so far away? And then I'm gonna just screenshot that for the notification section. This layout when empty. So icon and what's my size? 96, 98, 98 by 98, and text in, what is that? 14. It ended the base. Have a good luck. Appreciate it. Have a good lunch as well. In 40% opacity, I'm gonna say that clean, minimal diff. Make sure it works in both light and dark mode. What is my opacity on this thing? What did I say? 10% opacity. Is it really 40? It is 40. God dang. That's crazy. That is crazy. Maybe it works. Maybe it works. That changed nothing. Hey, sometimes. Better. Better. It's almost centered, but yeah. I'm kind of okay with that, to be honest. I feel like that's fine. It's fine. And then lastly, in the main chat container, we need to move? No. The input bottom padding margin margin to 1 rem. We'll see. Yeah. Cursor has been really bad. It depends on the models that you're using, as always. And something that I mean, kind of want to mention, not really because I'm not as technical as most of you, but like still technical enough to understand. The fact that Cursor on its own doesn't really do anything. The models behind what is provided are the reason why things are going to shit right now. And the harness, being Cursor, is the only thing that needs to like figure things out and you know, and work. The harness of Cursor is pretty good. The models using the harness are usually pretty good, but because of what is currently happening with the allocation of compute on the labs side, you end up with a lot more issues in the models understanding what you're trying to achieve. So when you're using Claude, for example, it's going to be shittier than it was last month. If you're using Kimi, it's fine. It has still some issues, but it's still fine. And if you're using GPTs, 3.5 and so on, or 5.3, I've forgotten which order it is, then you're okay as well. But it's not like groundbreaking as it used to be. So I believe this is for two different things. One being some of the new models are coming soon-ish, and they need to show an improvement in reasoning and compute and output, so that right now the things are getting like slower and worse and so on, so that when they drop the new models, they can say, compared to the previous thing, it is much better. When in reality, if they used the same like initial model that we had on day one, it would probably be an incrementation of like 5 to 10% in compute and reasoning and so on. And so right now, because they are degrading the models, the incremental gains that we are going to get are going to be written as like 45% more reasoning and whatever. I feel like this is, I really need a tinfoil hat. Like that's what's missing to this whole stream. That is the only thing that I'm missing. So this makes sense. You see, I don't like this. I don't know why the members panel has been edited right there. Like it feels like something that shouldn't have happened. So for the sake of things, I'm gonna remove that. Notification panels changing makes sense. That is good. And the pin messages panels changes makes sense. All of that is good. The rest is not. That's good. And then lastly, in the notification tray, we need the header to match the design of the other sidebar headers. And I'm gonna let it figure it out. I don't know if it's photo quality on the previous phone models, but sorry. um, yeah. Why? Yeah, why the fuck do you remove the bell when we need the bell? Like, goddamn. Makes no sense. That makes more sense. I'm gonna keep that. Keep all of that. Remove this. Be good. And then that thing. I feel like the diff here is making a lot more sense than what it needs to be. Yeah, that makes sense. I did learn some stuff in the past year in reading code on a daily basis to, figure things out, but still not so good. Uh, all right, that seems to be okay. That header is good. That's aligned, that placement is good. I wish we had a notification so that we could see what is happening and how it looks, but that's not the case. Feels, this is something that is going to be mostly for you because I can't figure it out. I know. I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that is visual. I don't know how to get the transition to reverse. And I've tried to put the transition in reverse and so on, but for some fucking reason that appear on the notification tray. I tried 3 different times, and every time it just like it breaks. The main issue that I've seen is that it is collapsing the menu or collapsing this thing to 0% or 0 pixel in width, and then it removes it, meaning that you have like a 0 point element that is right here with the spacing of 8 and the spacing of 8 on both sides. So it's weird. It's really weird, and I haven't figured it out. So that's for you. um, I'm gonna push that, and you tell me if you see it, if it works. I don't know. I don't know. And this is still like a cursor being cursor and telling me that these things have been modified when they haven't been. It's just weird. Yeah, but that's the thing. It needs to not be instant. I mean, at least from my point of view, it needs to not be instant and have like that nice transition. We have a nice transition on the in, and I want the nice transition on the out as well because it would make more sense. But it's just I don't get it. And then there is a conditional, which I think this is not necessarily just visual, and it's on very, 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 did I say very limited amount of users. So I don't think it's something that you need to spend too much time on, nonetheless. But there might be a need for a, a sidebar collapse priority system. I know. Meaning that if the main container reach a very specific breakpoint, we collapse the sidebars with priority, meaning that the first thing that collapses is the right sidebar because it's not as necessary as the left one. And then if really we reach a point where, you know, we are here, then we collapse the left one so that we ensure that the message array is always displayed enough. Obviously, if like, you reach that point, then that needs to go the fuck away. But there is like a bit of a need for that sidebar collapsing system to be in place, and this is a bit of a more tricky and conditional thing that I could put in place, but I'm sure that the implementation would be kind of bad and probably not following what you have in place. So yeah, that's a small thing that could potentially help. I don't know. But yeah. Um, yeah. One of and I'm so sad that I couldn't find the fucking um, article that I talked about a second ago because it was good. What what was the fucking name? I feel like I feel like if I say app in 10 days, I might find a thing. But I also don't think it's gonna be in there because for some fucking reason you can't really find articles. Like the thing that Twitter is, putting up and showcasing as article is something that is important, you cannot find any of them, which is wild. I wish we had the option. What? God damn. Would that work? I don't know. Apparently it would. God damn. This thing, and Turkey, this was mostly for you, but now that you are like far away looking, uh, it doesn't really matter. This is an article that I like, and it's a different August. That's why I was confused. It is interesting. They have some points that I have mentioned in the past, which is the fact that designers have a very, very, very big advantage in there. Is like we have an advantage on this because we think about the entire experience on any project that we have, which is exactly what I'm doing right now with that priority collapse of sidebars, meaning that the system and my edge cases in my head is going to, okay, if we have something, if we have a user that is going to resize the window, I want to make sure that if that happens, the experience of reading the messages is still as good as it needs to be in order for them to feel like this is good. And therefore there is a need for a priority collapse of the sidebars, making it like the right sidebars first until we reach the the smallest version possible. In which case, at this point, we are in mobile format. So different layout. But all of that is coming from the fact that I have like the entire experience kind of in my head that runs and checks for things that will be edge cases that most of the devs, air quoting on that, the PMs and the CEOs do not think about, because it's just a thing that they, you don't have that idea of, oh yeah, that edge case makes sense, or that thing will happen for sure. So that point was pretty cool. But nonetheless, everything that is in there is pretty interesting. It's a big ass articles, to be honest. I'm not um, like necessarily in an agreement with everything that they've said for the speed at which they have done everything and the way that they have built the thing. Apparently, right now they mostly did something which is like Cloud code and copy pasting from the Cloud project directly, which is fine, but it's also like not the greatest method so far. Um, and depending on the type of Cloud code that you're using, you have different access to different things. So, eh, all that. But one of the benefit that this person has compared to the others is the fact that they are a designer that has skills. I know, crazy. But when you're looking at some of their creations in the past, there is like a ton of things that make sense, look good, will work. This thing, for example, that is like some of the initial iteration of these um, gradient elements, I would say, for the illustration types. These things have been coming up more and more in the past few months. And not saying that it's coming from them, but it's kind of, they have that skill and they have put in place some of the understanding of how to build these things into then transforming what they know how to do in Figma inside of a code file is easier than the rest. So don't worry about it. But yeah, fun stuff. Fun stuff nonetheless. It's cute. If you want to just check their content, you can do that. You can do that. You're doing good work. So, um, other than that, which was my initial kind of base stuff, and I was like, well, I need this thing to be like kind of changed and so on. I don't think the rest makes sense. So this is still broken, but that's fine. That's on you. I'll let you figure that out. I really want to figure out the roles section because I don't think Kane, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? I really think that this is shit. No other words on this. I this is really bad. Um so the reason why I'm saying it's really bad is because you end up with something where when you load the page already, you don't have, you don't understand what you can do. So you should load this view by default with at least the first one in the view that is pre-selected. That is the first thing. The second thing is the edit section is breaking and changing, giving us some layout shift right there, which I think is a very bad move overall. So that's some things to check. And then this section is also really weird. So I think what I want to do is I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I think I'm gonna want to go towards something that is closer to the Discord in edit page because it makes sense. Like the role section right here, this is shit. I hate it. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense when you have all the roles right there and then you can just see the content. So that um It's probably gonna work. Gasface, welcome back. Welcome on in. How are you? How are you going? So that makes sense. The Discord implementation is display choices, which means the name, the colors, and potentially some previews, which is potentially a good idea. And then the permissions, which I do think we need to have. And then they also have linked to that role, which makes no sense. And then the members that are linked or assigned to that role specifically. So that I feel like is not necessarily something that I need to have, but the display is something that I want to have at the top of the role itself, and then the permission is something that I want to have underneath the display. And the manager members makes no sense, and the links makes no sense to us. So for now, I feel like that reorganization will make sense. And we'll see if it's good. We'll see if it's good. So yeah, I'm okay. I this is gonna sound very me, so that makes sense. That's why you're here. I am pretty happy with one thing: is my hair. My hair for the past I would say the past week, I have been using the Redken acid bonding concentrates, and it is so good. It's expensive as fuck, but it makes my hair fluffy. It makes them shiny. They have some curls. It's neat. I like it a lot. So yeah. Other than that, we good. But yeah, I've been like basically having um this thing as the hairdresser shop where I go to buy the product that I have, because we chat every time, and I mean I drop $200 basically every time I go there. So obviously we have a good relationship. They like me, I like them. We good. They gave me some testers and like the free samples and so on. They gave me one of these, and I'm doing my best to make it last as long as I can, because I don't want to. I don't want to pay $40. Oh my god, just for one bottle. But also, why not? Why not? It could be good. Who knows? It could be good. But yeah, no, I. This is pretty good. Yeah, me too. So basically, I'm gonna dox myself. The Davins, the whole product I have, the entire thing. Not the one that is in Japan, because I don't have the Japanese one, but like this one is some of the best oil that they have. Their bonding things, which I don't think is gonna be here. I love the. I should go in the fucking non-Japanese version, but it's fine. um, I mean, I guess it is great. It is great. It smells good. It makes your scalp feel good. It has. It doesn't really do what it's supposed to do. I'm not gonna lie on this. Kat, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? It is fine. I have tried their spray as well, which is supposed to help you with growth and so on, and whatever. But yeah, I I have tried this entire like thing. The loves are good. These ones are like, I don't like the smell, but it's good for your hair, for nourishing your hair. Uh, and as a fucking designer, when I see these, I I'm gonna be I'm gonna be disappointed because the fucking packaging is so boring, but the illustrations are cute as fuck, and therefore I'm gonna go there. Um, and I've been going to that shop so often that everything for Christmas for the past 2 years, from me to the rest of the family, has been Davin's products and hair care and so on, just because it makes sense. This is the one I'm currently rocking because this is a clarifying shampoo, so that's good for basically clearing out every buildups, and then I'm getting something which is from keratins on top of it. So yeah, um, it is. It is. Um, all of these you have probably tried when you were here. And it makes sense. Right now, I'm moving towards something that is more chemical. Davin's is mostly like organic-ish content, so it makes sense. Um, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the sea salt spray, but I get it. And I agree with that last statement. Yes. I can't wait to really decide that you know, it's time and I need to shave and be just this clear shaving and not have the hair anymore, because that would save me so much in me being broke right now. That would help a lot. Uh, I currently have five. One, two, three, four, five. I have six. I have six right now. Uh, so yeah, this one, if you are someone that still has hair, this one is really cool. It smells really good. It makes your hair plumpy and like kind of fluffy as well. It's really good. We like it. We like it a lot. Nonetheless, nonetheless, um, that's good. Right now, for the people that are losing their hair, this is the future. This is the future for us. If you are interested in any molecule, any trial, any things, the PP405, which sounds kind of funny as a molecule, is a bit of a hair growth molecule things based on the clinical trials that happen in Korea and some in the US, but like most of them have been from Korea in the first place, have shown that they have regrown dead hair cells. Um, so it's uh, it's interesting, you know. It's yeah, it's an interesting thing. Um, and cats, you could go with a black with some highlights, you know. Um, like the black with a bit of green, the black with a bit of red in there, the black with a bit of purple, just as a shine. Could work. Could work. Um, but yeah, this molecule seems to be pretty pretty good. I am currently on this shit, which doesn't work. But maybe if I wasn't, I would have less hair than I have now. So I don't fucking know. It's not regrowing hair, at least that's the that's the thing. Um, but this one seems to be pretty cool. So um, we'll see when that becomes available. I don't know. Um, I know, but that's Redkin. That's not me. That's the Redkin stuff. Right there, that's me. Right there, that's exactly me. It looks like me. We look the same. It's not. Um, I haven't. I haven't. You arrived just after I explained it. Um, I I have a sample of this shit, and my hair has never been so fluffy and shiny and clear for the past 2 weeks. And I'm at the last few drops. So I'm gonna need to go and spend the $50 to get this thing because imports and so on. But yeah, uh, probably gonna go back. Probably gonna go back just because it makes sense. Ah, that looks too photoshopped, almost AI generated. But an AI wouldn't be able to have these curls. So yeah. Anyways, but yeah, the PP405 is a very interesting potential direction in which the molecule and the hair growth serums are going towards. So if you are, I mean, this is a great demographic for the people that are watching me. A dev, a designer, and losing hair. Usually these three go hand in hand. So specifically the dev side. The dev side is like losing hair very fast because of the stress. And the designers are losing hair very fast because of the devs and the stress. So yeah, dang. So yeah, that molecule seems to be pretty impressive and pretty good in the long run. Right now, from the trials, we have seen that it just reactivates the follicles, the dormant ones, and the dead ones as well, which is pretty wild. So we'll see if that works. We'll see if that works. Figma being right here pisses me off. Cool. So what I want to do now is I have a feeling that I'm gonna need to pull shit unless Phil's is working on something. I feel at that time it's usually the shower time, so I may be good. But yeah, having no hair and being able to get wigs is the best thing. Yes, I agree. Have a good pass out. Have a good pass out. I mean, take care of yourself, but have a good pass out nonetheless. Let's do a new chat for this because I feel like if I don't do a new chat, it's gonna be wildly bad. So yeah, there is this there's this guy that I used to follow on TikTok that used to have like pretty cool hair, and then one day he took off the wig, and I was surprised. And you probably have seen his pictures. That's not. Actually not this one, but it's basically the same. I'm probably gonna find one of his pictures. He has one of the basically this, but as a wig, and it is really good. And it looks really natural, or it looked really natural for the longest time, and I was surprised. The issue that I have is that this is an AI generated image, and most of these things are gonna be AI generated. This is too much. This is too much, even for me. Even for me. But he went. That could have been him, but that's too young. He went with regular hair with that color for the longest time, and then because of the bleach and so on, he decided to basically shave and get like a buzz cut, and then using wigs on top made a lot more sense. So right now he has the ability to just get whatever the fuck he wants, whenever the fuck he wants, which I think is a good idea. But yeah, he has like that fucking color. I used to have that fucking color at some point, so I'm one day I'll go back. Not today though. Not now. Not now. But yeah, same thing. Like most of the Korean idols and so on have like similar things. You know, and so on. Have a good shower time. I'm gonna pour again. And these wigs are impressive. Obviously, this is like retouched and shit, but you know, if we have pulled a thumbnail for Twitch right now, we're gonna bring a lot more people to the stream. That is for sure. That for sure, no questions. Let me rerun this so that it runs the latest version and we good with it. Get a good shower, Feels. You're probably already there. But yeah, no, I wish I had like his fucking name to see the thing, because it was pretty nice. Maybe I have him, you know what? That would make sense. Maybe I have him in my hairstyle stuff. They have like so many. What? Now that I think about it, maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. I don't. God damn. I was impressed with Nano Banana Pro when it came out, and now that it's like behind the paywall, I'm less impressed because I don't have access to it. And everything is getting behind the paywall nowadays, and I feel like it makes sense, but it's also like not necessarily going to work. I think a lot of the usage right now of any of the AI tools that exist are along the line of, it's free, therefore I'm going to try it out. And yeah. No, Nano Banana 2 is free. Nano Banana Pro isn't. So if you go into the Google AI Studio thing right there, if I want to go into create like an image with Nano Banana, for example, and I want to change the model to Nano Banana Pro, I need the paid tier in order to be able to get access to this. The Nano Banana regular is free, yes. So that's the thing. The Nano Banana 2 is the new one, which is paid as well. But yeah, it hasn't really created good stuff, and you need the API key, and you need like so much shit. I'm like, I don't like that. However, if you have a Figma account, and you have a paid Figma account, most of these things are currently free, which I know sounds wild, but you can just create an image through Figma, selecting Nano Banana 2, and get your output if you wanted to. So it's an option. It's an option. I wish I could pull that off, but I don't have the hairline anymore. I I talked about it before. Also, these things are so much AI generated. It's crazy. It's crazy how much fake content there is, even though I have like the please don't show me AI stuff in the settings. I'm still like, all of that is just crazy. But I get it. I mean, for the amount of people and faces that I'm seeing on TikTok and Threads and Twitter and so on that are just like fake users, usually girls, for no reason whatsoever. And the amount of men, for no reason whatsoever, in the background, that are saying things like, I don't know, all that. I, I, I get it. I would create a fake account as well. Are you gonna bounce? Oh, we haven't. We haven't bounced. Goddamn. It's free on your side. Well, maybe that's you think. Congrats on lending, Mizzy. Welcome on in. Anyways, I need to fix this before Phil's come back from the shower. No reason whatsoever, but just I don't know if we bounced at the beginning and then that gave you the thing, or if it was something else. But I didn't have any inertia. Anyways, in the server settings, we need to change the display of the roles section. So, firstly, we should always load the view with at least one role selected. Maybe that would. Maybe that would. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Project is coming along, not as well as I wanted to, but coming along. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. All that. That's better. Yeah. That's almost not good because of this shit, but that's... You know what? I'm gonna do that. Yes. As a reference, it's gonna be good. So that's interesting. I don't know about Google Flow, so I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. So I'm gonna reorganize. We want the list of roles on the left side and the roles selected role settings on the right side. Can I type? With always one selected, starting with the first in the column. Um, on the right side, we want to have a first section. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about the image generation, but I kind of want to check Google Flow as a thing because I don't know what it is yet. So we want to have the info first and then the roles. Permissions. The info contains the name and color, and the edit button is top right off the right side. That makes no sense. Chris, what called it? I need to refill this thing. I don't think this is gonna work, but I'm gonna just... Oh yeah, no, this thing. I remember that. I remember that. I don't think we have access to it here. I think I need something like either a VPN or something. I just can't really seems to be able to like load it from what I remember, and apparently from here, like it just doesn't fucking work. Ooh. Ooh. It's pixelated, but it's not pixel perfect. Anyways. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Nano Banana 2 is available. Impressive. I don't know what I would want to create, but give me an eco-friendly app UI sheet. Usual things. Usual thing. That seems... Also, 16 by 9 for this is never gonna be a good idea. I should have done a 9 by 16, but, you know, too late. Too late. And Mizi, to answer the question, the project is going fine. We have added some micro design changes here and there to make it a bit more aligned with what I had in mind. And right now I'm trying to change some of the behavior regarding the roles within. God damn. God damn. As an absolute first draft, without zooming in, because I haven't, I can see how a manager would fire the designer and say, "Oh, I don't need you anymore," and it'd be wrong. But I can. It is better than Stitch. That is a crazy thing to say, but it is. It's less consistent though, but it's doing a lot more screens at once. But the colors that are displayed are almost respected. This one doesn't really show up, and this one doesn't show up at all. We don't have like that one, the eco shop thing. Some of the details that I'm seeing obviously are the navigation here. We have the cart, and then we have a leaf, and then we have the cart, and then we have a cart leaf, and then we have a leaf again. So it has a bit of an issue with making sure that it follows through everything. It also has a bit of a hard time figuring out that this is the home screen that is highlighted. This is the home screen that is highlighted, but not the icon, but still the icon, but not the icon. And then here, this is the home screen that is highlighted, but we are currently in the user profile, so that's not the right thing. Nonetheless, as a first draft, if you didn't have a single idea of what to do, this is okay. And then the second one, right here, the presentation. Jan, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? How's your day going? The presentation is pretty good. The issues are the same. Like this one had no button in the center. This one has a button in the center. This one has no navigation. And this one is going outside of the screen, which is okay, but like not expected. So these are impressive. The thing that I'm like the most impressed about on these is the text is 90% good. There are some artifacts here and there, but most of the text is pretty fine. The color consistency is kind of wild. Like that gradient from that light green to dark green is consistent here, 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 and here. Like it's same thing every time. That is impressive. This is not something that used to happen in the past. So that's pretty clean. This one layout wise is fine. I would change a ton of things in order to be more 2026 oriented, but it's cool, you know. So yeah, as a again as a most useless and vague prompt ever given. I feel like it's pretty good. It's we usually don't have all that, so yeah, this is interesting. Well, I mean, the other thing that needs to be like kind of also generating will use 0 credits is indeed a crazy thing to see. Is pretty neat. The thing that we usually have is oh, I need this screen within like a mock-up of something. Like if I said, I don't even know if I have screenshot of the app. I do, but I don't know if I have like one that makes sense. Or would make sense. Maybe I could take like this and say I need this within in a phone in a guy's hand walking one of the street of Tokyo, for example, in Sakura season. It could create a mockup out of this, but I doubt that the output would be good. And I'm not gonna try that now. So yeah. Making content and stuff. I see. What type of content is coming back? More videos? Is it? I mean, I'm guessing it's marketing-ish videos type stuff for everything. For everything. Let's fear. I knew it was gonna be shit. Okay. Okay. The create rule at the bottom is not what we want. We probably want the create role at the top, but that's fine. I'm okay with having it here. I'm gonna screenshot this and say good start. Good start. We need no inner no margin around that content, if possible. The left side being darker makes no sense. We can just have a divider. Grizz, welcome on in. Everyone has dropped today. I have dropped. I think Fields has dropped. Mizi's dropped as well. So yeah, you dropped as well. Today's a day of lending. So congrats. It is it is a landing day apparently, and then Stony is not going to make it because I mean it needs to be rigged for at least one person. But yeah, yeah, you're going to be in the middle of the screen. Between these two sides, and then the default badge is creating some layout shift. Right, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? That's a good start. That is a good start. Yeah, that's that. I still see a ton of. God damn, that's a lot of refreshes. It is. It's much faster than the rest. Oh, that's the reason. Oh, that's bad. Did you? Let me check. Oh yeah, you did. I mean, it's quite the opposite of the landing page. Inspirational content or good example for short showcase video of products like digital tools. Just sucks at making hands-on videos where I actually show my apps, but I don't want to make it boring. Yes. I do have some of them. I hate them with everything I have, but yeah, no, Grizz, so it is faster. It's the same level as Claude Point, like 4.5.5, like it's in the middle in between 4.5 and 4.6. Being extremely much faster, has a better understanding of design for 2.5, Kimi, and it is more reliable in the long run when it comes to should a burst off ask. Claude on its own is fine. I just have access to 4.5 right now, which is like not as good as 4.6. So I wish I could, but I can't. And right now, everything that I have and everything that I run is free for me up until in 4 days. So in 4 days, everything is going to be paid. But for now, I can just burn through all of these models, the 4.5 and so on, for free. So yeah. So that's the reason. Welcome back from the shower. Yes. And for your questions, I'm gonna be here. Let me see if I have them. I think I saved one of the videos, but I have some doubts, as I always do. I think I saved that guy video. There is a guy that is doing a ton of presentation video of his app. And I hate what he's doing, but it's apparently good content based on the amount of numbers that he's getting. So, you know. But yeah, I hate it though. I would say you have multiple options in the discovery. The main one might be what I'm doing, which is just DMing people on TikTok to help. But that might not be exactly what you are trying to do. And I'm absolutely not finding that guy. That's crazy. Everything that I save is food. But basically what he does is filming like static shots of his home studio or co-working space or other things, and then talking about the apps as a narrator voice. No. Dubbed. No. Yeah, narrator voice is the things. Yeah, that bitch. Goddamn. It took me 59 seconds. So that guy is doing pretty good numbers for what it is. And every single videos that it has is the exact same pattern. And it's just like this one has 29,000 views, and that's the video. Like there is a voiceover, that's the word I was looking for, of him just, you know, just throwing shit and doing stuff. That's it. Like there is nothing else. There is no. I mean, some of his video are basically like mic on and talking, but there is no fucking thing in that video that is specifically related to the app itself. We've seen him open his laptop 3 times. For what? For what? So there's that, and then when you look at the other, like, I didn't push anything. If you are asking me, but I don't think. No, you're asking Stony. So no, I didn't push things. I pulled though. Like here, I don't think he's really typing. I don't think any of this makes sense, but it's just B-rolls. These entire videos, this one is 51 second. I know. And it's just him sitting down, taking a shot of this thing, and the videos themselves are showcasing some parts of the app here and there, but it's just B-rolls. And yeah, I said the same thing. I said the exact same thing. The reason, see that shot that we just saw right there at the end of the video, exactly the same that we saw on the first one. So he probably has a bank of B-roll shots, like me sitting down from afar, me sitting down in front of the camera, from the side of the camera, from the other angle, from this, and just have some sort of a recipe for like 30 seconds that goes through the entire thing, and then that shot at the end that is just going to be reused over and over and over again. Like that shot of him sitting down, we've seen that before. That face specifically, that like holding his head with the two hands, probably in everything. I'm guessing, um, and I don't know, but um, I feel like it's this where, you know, like that's probably what he does on the entire day, meaning that he posed the camera in one place, set the shot, and then goes through the 5 to 10 seconds of B-roll that he needs for that specific use case. So he probably gonna be, okay, I set my shot, and then let me just sit down, open the Mac, fake type something, look at my phone, look at something on the computer, and fake it, hold my hand, look at something pointing out on the screen, look at the camera and show the app within the phone and something, and do that like 16 times in one day with different angles, and then just mix and match stuff. I feel like this is what basically what he's doing. So you could do that. And yeah, um, I do too. I hate B-rolls. I hate that guy specifically. That sounds really bad, but like I have a lot of issues with this guy specifically because of how successful his videos are for the quality of the video. Like the videos are shit to my standards. Um, and I couldn't be asked to set off a shot because it's just like uh, I hate it, but it is indeed like the best thing. But we've seen like that same shot 16 times, so yeah, I can't be asked to uh, set up a shot. It pisses me off. But that's a good option. As a reference, I feel like Chris is a pretty good reference overall to figure out exactly what type of video you could do. And there have been like some videos that have existed, like this one, for example, where he has decided to really speak, take the mic on, and talk about the app without being like a full B-roll stuff. But yeah, that I mean that's the thing. The one that I used to do, which I don't anymore because I don't have anything to showcase. um, the the one that I used to do were these ones where I just have like green screen because the green screen kind of worked. But it's just like it's boring and it's bad and it doesn't make sense. So yeah. Um, Nonetheless, like these ones makes a lot more sense for me because it's just face on and it's very short videos. Like it's most of my latest posts are less than 30 seconds. Like I'm aiming for 20 to 27 seconds. And I'm one-shotting the videos. Like that's what I'm doing. I sit down at the computer, I figure out what I'm going to talk about for the resource of the day, and then I one-shot the video, I add the caption, I press send, and that's it. Like I don't want to spend more than a minute in the video creation for the day. So that's another thing that kind of works. Again, I'm in the very small amount of views, 400, 500. This one is 1,000 views for no fucking reason. The reason being the title was pink. That's the only thing that changed. Um, but yeah, also it was day 69, so that made a lot of sense that people were kind of appreciative of that. I wanted to have like a porn related, sex related things. By the way, if you don't know, these videos are daily Japanese, free Japanese resources for learning Japanese. So I'm just posting things and then every 10 days I post my own app. You know, just as if I just discovered the thing. Never heard of it before. Um, so it works. It makes sense, and it's very simple. It goes through everything, and sometimes I have like some people that have like questions and so on, and therefore I can go on to reply to the comments, which these ones are the best options. The thing that I have started to do more is this. Um, and in order to do this, you need to have commenters, which I know is not the easiest thing to have in the beginning, but for your stuff, it should probably be pretty easy. But having someone to reply to, and instead of replying like this, reply in a video, is kind of the way to go to just go faster in creating and posting videos. The other options is this type of shit of just reacting to something that um of something that has happened which is false or which is true and so on. But yeah. No, the mic holding right here is I can't explain it. It works on TikTok. I It could be a fake mic and not this thing. It could, but it works. I could hold this instead and be using the mic of the phone or whatever. But for some fucking reason, if you have a mic, it works for the TikTok algorithm and the people that are looking at it. I I do hate it as well. But if you pin it on your shirt, it doesn't work as well in terms of the retention. I I don't know why. Something in the eyes of the people is like, oh, someone is holding something, so there must be important. So I don't fucking know. Uh, but yeah, other than that, there is not a lot of other things. And then, did I see the guy making a Quicksilver alternative? I don't think I did. What do you mean by Quicksilver alternative? Also, the thing that I want to mention on this one, which makes a lot of sense, um, the reason I started the very much active on TikToks type of thing was for perfume. I wanted to make sure that I could have at least a video a day talking about the perfume app and its progress across all of the new features and the new things. And then when I started to slow down in the development of the app, I kind of moved into something different, and I wanted to still have like a daily video, at least one. Um, and the free Japanese resources kind of made sense in my head because I'm talking about Japan and Japanese language for the Can app. So, you know, it makes sense to talk about it. And if my brain went into, if I'm talking about something that is just like my app and nothing else, it's gonna seem too much shill,
Manbraveg just resubscribed for
you know?
25 months.
And so doing like a, here is everything I know that are free to help you learn Japanese, and every 10 days there is my app that comes in the mix because it is free, kinda, and it's pretty good. So you can go there. And you know, like I see some of the traction from there, so that makes sense. Man Brave, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. 25 months, goddamn, that's almost a year. Holy shit. That's a lot. So that's something that I could say is interesting. Yes, tuna. I know. I know tuna. We've seen tuna. I didn't try it because I don't see the point. um, but I'm sure there is like a ton of things that would be highly useful and beneficial. But yeah, I've seen that. I have seen that. Nonetheless, not my type of apps. But yeah, it's it's not exactly the type of content that or type of apps that I see a benefit from, mainly because the spotlight is pretty okay. I'm not saying that it's good, but it's pretty okay. Like it's going to do the job for most of the thing that I want to do. And most people are complaining about the fact that Spotlight is shit compared to the previous versions, which is kind of true. But it, to me, I don't use it as much that it kind of justify going to Raycast or um, like Tuna, for example. Like it's as never. I'm not someone that use these shortcuts. So yeah, never made the jump. But then again, I'm gonna say the same thing as I said before. I was never really interested in the DMX Master 3 as a mouse. I was like, well, the Magic Mouse is good enough for me. And then one day I bought one, and now I used it. So maybe I need to just use Raycast. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I would say the thing with Tuna is that Tuna is a one-time payment of $49 compared to Raycast, which I think is a subscription, if I remember correctly. And then you have a sub-subscription for their AI features. So, you know, they just want your money. They just want your money. Um, but yeah. Um, like I know that there is like a lot of people that are doing these types of videos about designing their apps and showcasing everything that they are doing. Nolan is one of them. Nolan is more of a hands-on person. Um, so again, I'm not like the biggest fan of that type of content, but I do understand, and Nolan is good and has like some good views. So if you are interested in duplicating someone else's content type, Nolan is pretty nice. They have been doing like an ADHD app for the past few like months, year kinda. Um, and it is something, but yeah. I don't know, maybe it's a quick ask because they don't want to Google search, but yeah. Like that's I mean in my head that's the only thing that could happen. But again, I'm not someone that uses AI for search in that domain, so yeah. Nonetheless, going back to the main subject, Nolan is pretty explanatory when he does like the app content. The only thing that I don't want to do, and that's the reason why I'm one-shotting my videos every morning, um, I don't want to spend a second in an editing tool wherever it is. If it's on my phone, if it's somewhere else, I don't want to have to make a cut. I don't want to have to add the caption like manually. I want this thing to be as flawless as possible. And therefore, if I stumble my words, I'm restarting the video recording. Like it's if you watch me record a video in the morning, I may say the exact same sentences 3 times, but I'm gonna one shot this thing. And because I don't want to spend a second like having to do that cut too much. I don't want to bother with that. So with that in mind, you know, for me, Nolan is doing a good job at creating videos, and if you don't want to do the editing, which is the same thing as me, you will end up in the similar department as what I'm doing, which is either you set your phone somewhere and you talk to it with a mic on your hand, or you uh, you just handheld one shot the thing, and maybe you do some editing within the TikTok editors, which is pretty good. But yeah, one of the things that I know is half necessary, but necessary depending on where you are. It's gonna take time. It doesn't mean that you will have like all your videos will blow up every time, but you already know that because you've done YouTube for a while. And if it blows up from the start, congrats. If it doesn't, just keep going. Consistency is going to be the biggest thing, specifically on TikTok. Like the longest streak I have, the more views I'm getting. And the other thing, even though I hate doing it, but when I did, it worked. 10 to 20 videos a day is impressively effective at getting a lot more views and getting a lot more reach. The thing that we say, and we kind of explained it before, I'm gonna go back on Figma because it makes sense for me to do here. Basically, your video is going to be showcased to 300 people in the first pass. So you end up with something that is a 300 view block. These are 300 people that you don't know, that don't follow you, that don't have any link to you most of the times. Technically speaking, it's probably going to be 280, and then 20 people that you follow, they follow you, and so on. Andreas, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Thanks for chatting. And yes, you need kind of conveyor belt, but like going back to what I said earlier, because my videos are 30 seconds to a minute max, and the editing of said videos is roughly 30 seconds to a minute max, it basically means 25 to 50 minutes of my day for 20 videos. Kind of. So it's extremely feasible. But if you want something that is a bit like more edited, more stuff, you need to batch content, and basically you do your recordings for the full day. Like your Monday is your batch content day, and then you do record enough videos for the week, so probably like 50 to 60 videos. I've seen a guy do one take handheld, and then once that video is done, I think it goes to his computer without the logo. He edits it with screen and overlays and stuff, and then he tries another version of this thing. He take the exact same video, he recut it with different portion at different spaces, and basically that single video that took roughly 50 seconds to record is then re-edited into 5 to 7 alternate versions that are posted throughout the day. But it's the same fucking video. So I've heard him say the exact same sentence 3 times in a row one day. Basically just heard his voice and seen his face with the exact same thing, which was you don't need a Mac Mini to run Cloud Code. That was the whole hype. And I saw him with the blank video, then I saw him with not his face first, just a Mac Mini first, and then his face. And I then saw another one where he was green screened with the content in the background. re-edited with the exact same speech. So some people do that. That's another thing that happens. But nonetheless, your videos are going to be presented to 300 people. And then if you post a second video, it's going to be presented to 300 people. The probability of having an overlap is really, really slim. It's not impossible, but it's really, really slim. And so if you post once a day, you are basically seen by 300 people. If you post 3 times a day, you are seen by 900 people. If you post 10 times a day, you will be seen by 3,000 people. And the probability of overlap on these 3,000 people is extremely slim. So maybe out of the 3,000 people that will see you if you post 10 times a day, you will have, I don't know, maybe 100 people that will see you twice. But that's about it. And these 100 people that will see you twice are probably like some of your followers. So that's why we say 10 to 20 videos a day is basically the way to blow up. And not that, you know, I I'm saying that as a I know everything, because I do not. But for some reason, let me just show you. At the time right here, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in one day. This one has 120,000 views. This one has 2,000 views, 6,000 views, 1.2, 800 views, 1.3. 6 videos in a day. I have one with 120K. When I have like videos like these, most of them are gonna sit at like 200 to 400 views, and that's it, because I'm not posting as much as I should. So that's the thing that happened to me, and it's a bit of a proof of, if you post a lot, the probability of your videos specifically being showcased to other people is going to be like way higher. So it makes sense. But yeah, it's a very simple math overall. But it's feasible. And again, I am not doing anything to make the video better than they need to be. And TikTok is very rough as a video sharing platform. So I don't really care what the quality of the video is. I just want this thing to be out there, and that works. So that's the thing, Jan. If you want to take some short form videos thing, then do that. One of the thing that is recommended is to have what they call pillar of your branding. So if you are someone that is into tech, into coffee, into the gym, into keyboard and something, talk about all of that on a daily basis or on a weekly basis, with shorter form videos. If you have like content to do that, it could help. But it is time consuming, and I understand, and it is, again, you kind of need to be a conveyor belt. I agree with that statement, to make it make sense. And that's why like the people that are full on content creation will have their like their content creation pipeline set up in a way that is batch content for the day, like early in the morning, for example, and then or batch content for the week on the Wednesday or on the Monday or something. Maybe they do that on Sunday. It depends. But yeah. So, yes, Jan, I think uh, you do. Let me explain something else. If you have a hands-on video, you basically need a hands-on video per week. You would need to either re-record the same video or hands-on on a specific feature as often as possible so that people see things. I feel like with Heaper specifically, you have so many features in there that you could say, or you could set up yourself with something that is, um, you can do that in Heaper, and you showcase something, and then at the end of the video, you can say, but you can also do this, 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 and then it fades out and it goes back to the beginning of the video. And then the next video that you post is you can do that in Heaper, which is the second thing that you talked about at the end of the first video. And you know, you kind of could go feature by feature every time with very short videos on how to do it and how it works. And it's an option. Um, and then for the install video, this is something that needs to almost be a daily thing. Not as a you need to re-record it every day, but as it you need to kind of repost it every day. Um, and there is this thing, at least for me, it is there, that is in the back of my head that says people are going to be bored because they are just going to see me say the exact same thing every time. And I don't want that to happen. And so that's why I have like that kind of one-shot video that where I can just re-record the exact same video, even though I'm saying the same thing. The shirt is different, the lining is different, the angle is a tad different, but you know, it's the same thing at the end of the day. So small smidges stuff, but yeah. Um, so, and Andreas, we are doing design work around here most of the time, but right now, Jan is asking about short form videos, and because I stream and I can help with this stuff like this, I'm answering the question. I'm basically answering questions, any questions. So if you have questions, ask the questions. Um, but what do you talk about in the videos? For myself, in the daily videos that I'm doing, I'm providing free Japanese learning resources. So I have like a broad list of resources that are like right here, which you can't really see, but you know, on the side of my camera, um, which are like free stuff where people that are learning Japanese can help, or can use and be uh, like better at learning Japanese language. The reason why I started this series is because I have my own app, Can, which is for the people that have the vocabulary problem, which was my issue in the first place, and I needed some place to learn the vocabulary that I needed to learn. And most Japanese learners have that issue as well. So I built this, and instead of sounding like me on each of the videos, which are like what other content creators are doing, I'm highlighting everyone else. And then there is me every 10 days, basically. So I'm doing that. The second thing is if you have knowledge and interest and or curiosity about something, you can talk about that. So I have 22 years of experience in design, so I can talk about design for days, probably years at this point, explaining concept and doing that, and I'm doing that on stream, and therefore I can also do that in TikTok formats, but it doesn't really feels like a good content type for me on TikTok. I prefer doing that on live streams because it makes sense. Um, but that's basically the thing that you can talk about. And if you are someone that is like, I don't know, um, going to the gym, maybe you go to the gym and you can just talk about the fact that today you tried to do something and you didn't hit the PR because you were kind of tired compared to the previous session, and you will try again next time, and it takes you like 20 seconds, and it's enough to build a bit of a personality and a presentation of yourself. Um, But yeah, the thing that I've done, I should go back to the TikTok page. The thing that I have here, yeah, and this video right there is a 3 minute-ish video that is a full recap of everything that is available in Perfume, um, and that explain like everything that you can do. And this is some sort of a an how to use guide, and I used to do that on every month, um, and basically showcase like, okay, we can do all of that now, based on like that. I appreciate it. Have a good work time. If you do some things, I don't think you did, but tell me so that I can just pull before I do anything else. Um, but yeah, I'm trying to work on the roles section, so I'll see if that is working. But yeah, have fun at work. Have fun at work. Um, yeah, I will just pull to be sure that I already have some shit going on. So this one is a full what's in the app kind of thing, which I need to do again because these things have been updated since the last time. So I need like a bit of an updated version of this. But I used to do that on a weekly to monthly basis to make sure that the people that were following, like what's in there, would be able to see like what is new and what they can do. But it's not enough. And then this thing, which is just images carousel of the the App Store screenshots, basically, with the text that I have in the App Store screenshot, but written within TikTok. I know. So these things, that title at the top and that text at the bottom, are in the screenshot on the App Store, baked in the image in the PNGs. For the TikTok thing, I made sure to reuse the add text feature of the TikTok editor to have the text in there. So yeah. Mama, welcome on in. Week is pretty good. Me being a bit tired, but pretty good overall. We've done good work so far. So that's something that is like, I just know that the fucking TikTok algorithm likes if I'm using the TikTok features to do the text. So I did that. I just exported the images as images without the text and re-added the text through the TikTok thing, which was fine. But these are the thing that is pretty much working. And they are the 2 pins video, and therefore they are getting some views every time that someone is coming in.
Atakanbakix is just resubscribed for 32 months. Be nodule.
Every time that someone comes in and check the profile, then they will probably go into the pins to see what I'm more about and so on. So it kind of makes sense, but it's like 3,000 views, which is nothing. Overall, Atakan, welcome on in, welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Apparently today is a resub day. 32 months. That's a lot of months. How's the Latvia experience so far? Everything's good? Everything's working fine? So yeah, that's the thing. The other thing that happens in the question of, what the fuck do you talk about in these videos? Sometimes you just react and reply to comments, and that's good for creating content, like additional content on top of the existing thing. So if I'm here and I reply to that person's comment on my videos, which I don't know if that person exists, to be honest, but whatever. So I reply to that person's video, and therefore I'm getting one added video to the list of the videos from the day or the week or the whatever, which is the easiest thing to do to get some content out. Or you can do some reaction content. So this one, for example, is a reaction to this post right there, which I saw earlier. I couldn't really uh, duet as the name that they have exist, and this is like fake news. So I just reacted to it because I have more information than these people that are claiming to have like new informations. Um, so that's the thing, and I've done that many times with these thing because people are not like um, reading the news. So eh. that's the that's the type of thing that I've done. Like this one as well is the same thing. I have like another one somewhere else down the line that is about this, and yeah. And lately I've been adding like the title of the videos when I can. Um, but yeah, no, I it depends on what I'm wearing on the day. So today I'm wearing the green one, which I'm not supposed to, but it's fine. It's too late. But basically, on the days where my shirt is pretty light color, I'm gonna have the big ones. On the days where I have like a bit of a darker tone, I'm gonna use the tortoised gold ones because it makes more sense they work together. If I have like a very dark day, like a dark t-shirt, dark sweater, and so on, I'm gonna use the duotone. Also, the beard is important. Um, it is styles. The glasses are just style accessories for me. So, yeah. The only one that I don't wear often are these ones, the gray, blue one, but they go well with the gray sweatshirts. So they work together. And then the white and blue ones are going to come back in the rotation a lot more um, because I have two new t-shirts that are blue that are coming back. So, these are coming back. But most of the days I'm going to go with the green ones because they are kind of darker and they frame the face a bit better. Other than that, no. And I don't really track what I'm talking about, which is the good thing. Um, I yeah, I don't track. So if I talk about the same thing multiple times, that's also fine because like that person that has seen that video, which is 171 views, of me talking about one other TikToker, I could redo a video about that TikToker. Nissan is Regal. Um, NASA, sorry. And you know, no one would really notice it because no one has seen this one. So there's that. The other thing that people have said, which I haven't talked about just yet, is repost or re-record the same video. Usually repost, just taking the same video and reposting it on your feed, kind of helps in making sure that something is rediscovered. If you think the video deserve like a lot more views, and right now you are in a time where the views are kind of higher than usual, maybe you can just repost one of your videos and then it's just gonna pop in and be good. So that's the thing. You could have made it, but you didn't. That's so sad. But yeah, there is no system other than the fashion system. So depending on what I'm wearing at the top, then I'm gonna define like the glasses. The green glasses with the green shirt makes a lot of sense. They work together. Um, this one, if I have, because these ones are white and pink on stream and they look white, but yeah. Um, when I have my white, not white, my pink top, I'm gonna go with the pink glasses all the times. There's not really an exception to that. So yeah, there is a bit of a system, but not too much of a system. And then I also noticed something that is kind of interesting is that this sweater is getting a lot more views. Like most of the times when I have like a very light color top, it goes like the amount of views is getting higher than usual. I don't know why, but yeah, this one is like 315 compared to the other one. 462 compared to the other two that are like next to each other. Still higher than the rest. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways. So yeah. So what you talk about is basically whatever the fuck you want, which is pretty cool. And the best thing is if you have the knowledge and if you have something that is kind of what we call evergreen content, where you have stuff that you can talk about basically on a daily basis, don't get bored of it, and be known for that, then that's the type of content you do. So if you are like someone that is trying to organize shit, then talking about the fact that you are organizing things in your house, and then maybe hints at the fact that you're organizing things in your phone with an app. Um, but yeah, I think you can. I think you can. The main reason being if you post something, you are only shown to like 300 people in the beginning, and then if you have enough people that are seeing that first, like these first 300 are interacting well enough, then it's gonna bump to the next 100. If these ones are reacting properly, then it's gonna bump to the 500 or 600, and so on. And so it's really rare when one of the videos is popping off, so you need to post like often, and therefore the content becomes kind of evergreen in the sense that he can post the same thing 16 times before one of the videos is just tracking. So yeah. Um, a fast version of Hacker News. It seems indeed pretty fast. That's a lot of gems.
She's already here.
It is indeed fast. God damn. Do you do you uh load on hover by any chance? Is that what's happening? When I'm hovering here, it's already loading in the background. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I get it. I get it. It makes sense. It makes sense. But that means that if I do this and this and this and this and this and this, I'm preloading shit in the background. So it's a lot of preloading. But it is pretty fast, I'm not gonna lie. It's reaction time be good. Reaction times be good. Um yeah, but so Kane, yes. But what we call evergreen content is sometimes content that can survive the passing of time, and therefore once you posted it you don't need to post it again, or content that is like relevant at any point in the civilization history, that you can post it every day and it will always be true. So things like philosophical content is usually going to be some sort of an evergreen content, even though it is posted on a daily basis. And it's the same message, but it's just like formatted and phrased differently. It becomes what I would consider as evergreen content. But if you want something that is like do once, forget about it, then yes, TikTok is not necessarily the place. But one of the things that is fun is that TikTok also, specifically lately, is highlighting and pushing content that is from a long time ago because they want to suppress other content, and because the other content is flooding the feed, they want to like avoid people to see that new content. You know, some things are happening in the world right now, and therefore they want to avoid that. And therefore they are promoting and pushing other content that are coming from the past. So I'm getting some likes on older videos. I'm getting some likes, some comments from videos from 3 years ago. Not by me, but like I commented on one of the videos, and I'm getting some likes in there here and there because that video is still circulating because it has like a ton of views. So you know, it's the it's the thing. Um, oh, you would be surprised. Uh, the newest generation, at least from the reports from last year, um, is going to TikTok before Google for search. So specifically when you're looking for, I don't know, events or things to do, traveling, for example, like you have a plan to travel to Tokyo, for example, um, it's um, it's just easier for them to go through the TikTok search and find the answers that they were looking for there. So yeah, it's um it's interesting. It's interesting. But yeah. And you got a voucher to go to Cologne after Bratislava and Vienna. You're traveling a lot. Again, you're uh, moving around. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Congrats on navigating. Navigating is good. Navigating is always good. Exploring the cities and the things that are around you are gonna make things better. So yeah. But yeah, no, Kane, a lot of people right now are going to TikTok to find some answers. The same way that I used to go to YouTube as a default, and I still kind of do. But a lot of people are going through TikTok search first, and then YouTube, and then Google as a last resort, where we are going through Google first, and then yeah, yeah. Uh, the CI workflows that Claude is putting in place is always broken, and it's just weird. It's just weird. I have never used Perplexity, so I don't know. I don't know. Um, I wouldn't. I wouldn't backpack. Like, oh my god. I like. I mean, I'm a luxury ass bitch, so I like comforts, and therefore I need like I yeah. I'm not like a backpacker whatsoever. I like my suitcase, and I have a backpack for my stuff, but then I love to land in a country and have a flat, like not a room, a flat. I have a flat. Cool. I can stay there, and if I want to stay home for the day, I can stay home for the day. Um, but yeah, I see. I see. I do need to save money as well, but eh, who has money anyways? At this point, does it really exist? At this point, yeah. What was in my head a second ago? That's true. I forgot to take my meds. That's a good point. That is a good point. I need to take the meds. Meds are useful. Otherwise, I'm dead. What the fuck are they talking about? Is I, 1 second. I need to I need to reset myself on this one. So they are saying that Cal.com was built on open source. So they used an open source project, something that is free to access, to build something that they now like make you pay for. So they use something that is free, that someone else has done, in order to make you pay for a service. They pay for the infrastructure and so on, and therefore, it's in 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 their right mind to make it open source and keep it open source and so on. But now, what they are saying is that because anyone can scan, map, and exploit the code that they have, uh, people can basically duplicate their code, and they don't want that. But it's too late. Like, I mean, you I'm sorry. You've been as Cal.com. You've been doing your thing for a long time, and you've been open source since the beginning. And now you want to close source a project that will probably not evolve that much more because AI will map and scan and so on. But you are probably going to use AI to make the product better, meaning that the code is going to be scanned and mapped and exploited by the AI models. Therefore, you don't want to open source it. It's really interesting, and I don't know if you I don't know which direction you want to go in that department, and I don't know who you are like following online. Other people have done or have said in the past few weeks the exact opposite of that. Of if a project is not open source, I don't trust it anymore. Like if I can't have the ability to go in the code and look at what is there and how it works and so on, and use it, I I don't know. I mean, we are going full circle again. It's the same as usual. It's the same as usual. My thoughts here is mostly you you created something that is open source. You made money out of it, and because right now everyone can copy and paste your code, you will not make money out of it, and therefore you are going back into closed source so that you can keep making money out of it. Like that's my thought. That's what I read in here. Um, but I also that statement is absolutely true, Stony. I agree. I mean, I think paid open source is dead. Yes. I think free open source is not going to die anytime soon. And I think providing the ability to get the open source so that someone can self-host and do the thing on their own and pay for the infrastructure on their own and have the things if they want to is an option. That's a good option. And have the ability to, you as the owner of the thing is taking care of the bills, but the people that are using it needs to pay for that in order to, cover the bills and so on. That makes sense. I mean, it. I don't think. I mean, I'm cross-reading on this thing, but it feels like they are saying that because the code is open source, someone can find a vulnerability. God damn, that word every time. An exploit within their code base that would make the customer's data uh, accessible, which in my head, from what I'm reading, and again, I'm reading cross-reading, it sounds like, oh, we don't want to fix this thing, so instead of providing the ability to find a way to find exploits and then fix them, we will just close source so that you can't find an exploit on the code. Like, I mean, fix your fucking code. I don't know. It's, that's how that's why I see it. Um, so I don't understand. Maybe I need a, yeah. I mean, yeah. Eh, and yeah. Again, there is like the two, for me, from what I'm seeing from my feed, we have the exact two directions, the ones that are fully open sourcing the content and the one that are closing back. And as I mentioned, we are going full circle because we used to be every software is closed source, and then open source kind of appeared out of nowhere, kind of, other than the frustration of not having viable code. So that happens. Open source kind of took off. A lot of things were open source back in the days, for me at least. And then closed source came back. And then for my circle, things are open sourcing again. But apparently from their circles, things are closed sourcing again. It, I don't, I don't understand. I don't really, yeah. Like in my head, the argument of exploits and security is like, well, if someone can find an exploit, they will find it, and therefore, if you want your thing to be secure, you kind of need to have the thing open-ish. What I mean, if you were open source in the first place, I feel like you don't really have a choice um, to remain open source. But yeah, Yeah, but is it bad though? Like, I I'm gonna use an analogy because I'm not a dev. It's gonna make sense. If I build a house and I close my door, but I left a window open, if I put a fence around my house, the window is still open. So if I gave the blueprint in the beginning to everyone, you can duplicate my house if you wanted to, and in the blueprint there is the fucking window that is open. But now I'm closed source, so I have the fence around it, and the blueprint is not really available, or it is available, which is the core, but like the fence is not a blueprint, so you don't know you will hurt something, but you know that the window is open, you will find a way. And I would rather someone tell me, like Kana, that is coming here most of the time and breaking ban entirely and telling me that shit is broken, and I highly appreciate it because now I know that my implementation of ban is shitty as fuck, and I go fix the thing. The code is not open source, but I have someone that is kind enough to attempt to break shit, appreciate it, breaks shit, and then tells me about it. And in the open source community, that is, I mean, in my views, uh, roughly what an issue is, and basically says, well, I found a vulnerability here, you should fix it. Like, I don't know. This is weird. Maybe it's just the way that I'm wired and the bubble that I'm in that feels that this direction is kind of weird. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It again to me with the open source things, it's really like we've made money with something that was free in the first place, and we want to keep making money, and therefore we will not provide the thing that is free because we need to make more money than usual. Like that's how I read it. Every time that there is something that needs to be paid, that's kind of how I read it. And obviously, I'm biased on this one because it makes more sense to me. But if I say um, I don't want to make money, like I don't give a shit. The thing is free. You can access the thing for free if you want to. It's going to be limited in features, but I still need to pay the bills. And therefore, in order for me to pay the bills, I need to make roughly at this point in time, $50 a month, roughly, to break even. And right now we are making like even $11 a month to, cover the bills. So I can take on my own like savings and so on to make sure that the infrastructure is covered. But if I can't cover the bills, then it's not going to sustain itself, and therefore it's going to die. But that's it. And so right now we have 4 people that are paying. Appreciate you. Um, but yeah, I'm not trying to make any money. I'm just trying to make like right now $50 a month. That's it. And if it works, it works. Like technically speaking, 2 of these are paying in yearly, meaning that they have given me $60, which is good enough to cover like roughly above that. So we have the first 3 months that are covered, and that's why this calculation is kind of wrong. But nonetheless, my goal is not to make money. My goal is just to provide a service that is good enough. And if it's free, it's free. If it's paid, you have access to the themes and the other things. But that's not the main plan. The plan is just you have a service that is good enough in the free tier. So I don't know. Specifically, when you started with open source, that's the thing. I don't know. Um, it feels It feels weird. But I'm probably not enough in the in that specific circle to figure out exactly if that direction is good or bad. To my knowledge, it doesn't seem to be the common sentiment in my circle. If it is the common sentiment in your circle that people are going back to closed source, then yeah. And yeah, and for the thing that we talked about last time, which is the same thing that you mentioned, the fact that you have people that are telling you to go closed source and people that are telling you that they want open source. I don't really know. I I think again, I don't maintain an open source project, so I don't have that knowledge. But I think maintaining an open source project is also extremely time consuming in reviewing what other people are trying to implement within the project. And therefore, going closed source means that you have the control over what will be displayed. But that's about it, which is fine. But yeah, I mean, I feel like both crowds are okay, but yeah, I think we should remove that, but I don't think this is gonna work. Um, yeah, what is gonna move now is this thing. No, it didn't. It did the proper things. Cool. Wasn't expecting that um, to work, but that is working much better. Alright, cool. So editing this. This is so bad. This is so bad. Um, I mean, if you are preloading the content, which is good, um, the only thing that you can do to render it faster is a full preload then cache. If you probably have heard, I think Kevin talked about it. I'm saying Kevin as if we were friends, you know. Um, I'm sure you probably seen it, but there is this video about the fastest website on the web or something. I forgot which one it is, which is this old store with all the plugs, the bolts, the whatever. That is basically when you are loading the page the first time, it is loading the entirety of the catalog on your device. That's basically what you can do. Meaning that your first load of the page is going to load everything. Yes, exactly. And everything is loaded. Now everything is in the cache on my device. And so if I move somewhere, I have everything. And, it's just so fast. Because it's loaded and it makes so much more sense. So you could do the same thing. The only issues that you have is that your content is not static. The master is static. So, small details, but yeah. Have a good rest of your day, Hugo. Thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. That is almost good. Almost good. Okay, the UI is shit. Have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. We'll be here when you come back, probably another day. Um, um, from roles to roles, or from view to edit modes. So yeah, let's see if the last drop is dropping. No. No, the last drop is not dropping. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Apparently, this one is not a landing ones. I don't think the default, like the badge being default, makes any fucking sense. I don't think this is something that we need to have. So maybe I'm gonna remove that. Also, by the way, small side note about the cursor pissing me off. Did you notice how much thing has not moved? The chat has like written this entire thing, and I need to scroll down to get access to the last bit of the thing. That makes absolutely no sense to me. I feel like if you, what was working in the version 1 is now absolutely broken, and that pissed me off. Anyways, you're supposed to read from up, and I agree with that. Let me test this and show you exactly what I'm talking about. Still. So, I'm at the top, right? So I'm supposed to read from the top. I agree with you. I'm gonna do nothing, because that's gonna be the important part. So right now it's doing things at the top, right? We agree with that. It's doing things at the top. It's starting to scroll. And now it has not scrolled the rest of the message. And even that this is the top, if it had scrolled to the bottom of the message, I would have the entirety of that message at the end to be able to read. And if I wanted to read from the top, which is like basically here, to see everything that has changed, then I should have stayed at the top of my message and then have to scroll manually to go to the bottom. But don't give me two things of you scrolling me a bit every time that something happened until you're replying to a message, and then you are kind of stuck in that limbo of half scrolling, non-scrolling things. That makes absolutely no sense. It makes no sense. Nope. Still shifting. That makes... Nope. Makes no sense. That makes no sense. It's the switch in between the non input to the input that does that. But yeah. Um, See, right now, I'm in the middle of some shit. I don't even know where I am. I haven't scrolled on the side. If I scroll back up, then I get it. But I'm in the middle of whatever, and it isn't doing shit. It makes no fucking sense. This is so bad though. Oh, these are toggles. I wouldn't have known that these were toggles. My God. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Um, Again, going back to what I said earlier, I can afford to be as vague and as annoying as I can be here with this because all of these are free. Jesus, hi, welcome in. How are you? Like these requests are all free, so I don't really give a shit. I wish I had like an option to sort them, but the fact that I have a 6 million token basically on these two that are free is a crazy thing. That's worse. um, I mean, you're looking at non-dev trying to build something, so you know. Yeah. The thing is, I don't want to go the ultimate route of saying just use fixed width, because that would work, but I have a feeling that this is probably what's going to happen anyways. Yeah. You fresh day. It makes no sense. Ah, we've reached the point. Goddamn, I need to change something here. So what's happening right now with Kimi is that it has started to reach the token limits for its context window, and therefore, instead of doing the edit in place within the messages replies right here, is starting to do it within the thinking and reasoning sections. So yeah, this is broken. This is broken again. Yeah, goddamn. I'm gonna kill some people. So let me go back to the beginning of the layout shift section. I think this is pretty good as a place going there. Like, it's the only one that is shifting, which is kind of weird. And now it's working. That's the only thing that was kind of weird. Great. No shift. No shifts. What happens if I move into edit mode, go into overview, go back to roles, but still in edit mode? This is really bad. Now the info section at the top with the role color and role name. Shift around when switching to edit mode, I guess. Um, we'll see if that is understandable. I doubt it. I doubt it. Basically, what I want is, and I should have explained that, is that teeny tiny dot to be clickable when it's in edit mode, and that text to be clickable when it's in edit mode as well. So that it becomes an input, same as the here. So this is probably what's going to happen. It's going to create this thing to be editable and that thing to be like an input fields as well. But yeah. I can't click on that. Click on that. Yeah. I'm gonna have to send screenshots again and say this is not the same. Obviously. I need to refill the bottle. 1 second. Let's see if it did the things properly. I doubt it. I doubt it. Let me just refresh the page just in case. Sometimes, we have these issues as well where I'm a dumbass. It did the things properly. God damn. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? God damn. That's crazy. It's working. That's great. A tad bigger, and then in the permission section, the switch / toggles aren't visible properly. But that's good. That's working. You have the thing that we want to have. I need to check the edit mode for the default because of the fucking badge. Because that's kind of... It's kind of weird, but it's working. So, it's a good option. That's a bigger element, which is good. And then the clear permission is... I think the clear permission needs to be somehow at the top off. Oh, that's so bad. But I mean, I get it, but that's bad. It doesn't look like it's toggles, but fine. Um, how do I explain this though? I'm gonna go back to here, and I feel like the the thing I want is closer um, to the initial validation settings for the notification. So the notification sound that we used to have, and obviously now that I'm looking for it, it's not there. Um, I feel like this might be better to have, but I don't think Fields has that in place. So I'm not gonna, you know what? I'm not gonna attempt that. Um, we need to move the clear permission. Um, Return to the permission section. That makes sense. um, and then for each subsection, we should have. I don't know if I can do that. Um, mm, I guess. I'm trying to have like a sub header buttons right there that says grant hole when you are in the edit mode so that it just like, makes more sense. The main important thing is going to move the clear permission right there. That is not what I wanted. Um, Also, why the fuck did it change that? I don't know. I don't know. I have a feeling that is really bad. Yeah. Oh my god. This thing is. This thing of having the diff within cursor is so broken lately. I don't think this makes any fucking sense. I'm gonna need to fix things within here. Like that. Oh, fuck's sake. Like basically 900 lines of code that have been replaced by something that's brand new. I feel like this is a very bad, very bad edit. I'm not gonna lie. This is just bad. Um, what else do we have? We have the server settings, which is what we want him to have, which is the visual stuff, and then that's the server settings module, which I don't think I want to change shit in that. It makes absolutely no sense. So yeah, I'm gonna have to revert that as well. I don't like doing this, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it basically removed everything and then re-added everything with like 300 lines more, which makes no sense. Um, uh, the good thing is I can just revert to that previous message. And I have a feeling that this is just gonna break. And maybe you're right. Maybe it was like a bit of a simple. That is so shit. Maybe restart it or reload the thing just in case. I have a feeling I'm about to stop it and revert it to that previous message right there. Because that's fine. That's great. Layout wise, this is great. I'm gonna move back to Sonnet on this one and just add another. Kimi is good. Kimi is really good. It's just the context size that is getting out of it. And then I also don't have access to a better model, as in 4.6 would be highly appreciated, but I don't have access to it. I might get access in 4 days, but that is uncertain. Yeah, I don't remember if Composer is available and free for me on this one, but yeah. Yeah, goddamn. It does look like it's just like a rewriting of the thing, as if it had. Like, again, I'm not. You have the overlay with the position, the inset, the z-index, and the display flex, like all of that. Sorry for the flashes that are about to happen. And it's exactly the same thing, so nothing changed from that point of view. Like, it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. So I don't understand what changed. And this is good. Like, this is just addition. There is some subtraction here and there because I removed some of the elements, which makes sense. But most of it is just like making a lot of sense, and you know, it's using the correct, I think, content. But yeah. Is it the modules? It is. I don't think that's gonna help. I should have tried Composer again. um, I also know that sometimes the diff that I'm seeing is different. Yeah, I mean, revert and redo is gonna piss me off. But I'm still gonna try that. It did both. God damn, that is so bad. It's such a non-good thing to do. Makes no fucking sense. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like something like a codex would be a bit better for this. And I could 100% just get Cloud Code to take care of that with 4.6, not within Cursor. I mean, within Cursor, but in the terminal, which could be okay. But it's also like I don't like terminal UI and stuff. Oh my god, I hate this thing. I have a feeling that this is not gonna work again. It's probably gonna be the exact same thing as what Kimi did earlier for the revert and redo. So yeah. But we'll see. Did you do the thing that I said? That makes no sense. Did you try to revert to the previous version of Cloud Code that burns less token? Because that's basically what it was. Or at least from my point of view, that's basically what it was, and what the rest of Twitter at least seems to be mentioning as what needs to be done. But it's crazy. Again, I'm gonna say the exact same thing that I said last time. Last time being like 3 months ago. My cursor usage being resetted on the 19th, I usually burn through the entirety of the requests, and on my plan it was request based, not usage based. I know it's different, but still, I usually burn through the amount of requests that I had in about a day and a half, 2 days. Some of the later months, I burned through that in 4 to 5 days because I was like more scarce on the types of requests and question that I was giving. But it the models are burning through things like faster and faster. So for you, if you are still in 4.6, if you are trying to use the model in the latest Opus 4.6 or Sonnet 4.6, then it is going to burn through things faster. So because that's and actually yes, that's the current situation. If you tell me that this is the only thing that needs to be changed in the first place, I'm gonna be pissed. But this is absolutely broken. I'm gonna refresh that. I'm gonna restart this just in case. Just in case. You're using Opus on high plus thinking. I think that's the reason. Though he is running out of token, that's the issue. Actually, that is the current issue. I mean, you are at 44% of your usage for the week, which is crazy. I mean, it's better than last time, you know. But still. I'm gonna revert again. I think this is gonna be broken, but yeah. Um, yep. Absolutely shit. Absolutely shit. Again, I don't care about burning through things here, so if this is working though, then that's good. But it's not working. I feel like it's going in the right direction slowly, but it's going in the right direction. With the amount of like the lack of spacing and margin that we have added here just for this specific use case makes sense. But then because we are checking the diff right now, I have a feeling that this is not going to be good either. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly what I thought. This is so shit. I mean, these things are fine. It's just they look like shit. That's the only issue. I mean, they don't look the same depending on what the content is, which makes, again, no fucking sense. Oh my god. Yeah, dang. This is something that I feel like Phils would better understand and probably have like a kind of better overall check of what we have here. Um, but yeah. This is pretty good though, you know. I think it's gonna be mostly the same thing, roughly no issues, and just the added versions of stuff are gonna be good. But yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of classes. That is a lot of classes. And if that works, then we're good. It's a big ass diff, but we're good. I'm gonna put in the comment of the things that, um, there have been some changes in there that are like debatable, but I'm gonna keep that. Um, shit. The gonna do things one by one. Just moving one button first. I should probably do that by hand, to be honest. I've become lazy. I feel like last year or 2 years ago, I would have done that by hand. Just move the fucking button from section A to section B because that's all I need to do. Uh, but I don't see shit. Hmm? I mean, this makes sense, kind of. That change right here makes kind of sense, but not a lot of sense. Um, mm. Again, it's just fucking moving a button. That's just... Oh my god. I think some people have said that before, not in this stream, but like on other platforms, and I have a feeling that I'm probably gonna agree with that at some point. Um, but the amount of frustration that there is with um, the AI generation of code is pushing some users, me included, to learn how to code by hand so that I can do the things faster than the AI is trying to do. Like right now, we are just trying to move the button, not do anything else. It's just, it makes no sense. I'm gonna revert this entire thing. Um, it's just taking the div and moving it underneath. If I could read the code, I would do it. I just no, I mean you can say shit. I'm in an agreement with you right there. So you have the right to say things. Like that button for clear permission right there should just be underneath. Like that clear permission is right here. And that's it. You know. That's all I needed. I just need this thing to be in a flex div and we good. And nothing else has changed. And it's working. God damn. Ugh. If only. If only I knew how to read. And that is going for everything. I can't read, so you know. Great. Great. The clear permission button should still be there in edit mode. it would be fine. It would be fine. And going back to what I was about to say, this is something that I can do in SwiftUI now. So moving things around in SwiftUI and changing the permission, changing the visibility, and so on, this is something that I would be able to do within the SwiftUI behavior just because of how I'm understanding it. But yeah, I yeah. Okay, that's good. That is good enough. The fact that we are preloaded in the admin section as an input is fine. The fact that this thing is clickable, it looks like shit, but it's clickable and it's you can change the color if you want to. I do like it. Um, that's working. The only thing that I don't like is the granted, not granted um, design here. And I want the exact same thing, but I want to change the visual to be the same as what we had before. So, this is where I need Figma. See, that's what I need, which is absolutely nothing. So I will use that and say I need my check simple. Check simple is good. Check simple and not the one that I wanted to see. Check rounded. And then I want the cross, which I think we have right there. So if it's just yes or no and no choice, I'm gonna do this that way, and that's gonna make sense. So we want this whole thing to have, I think, 10% to 8% opacity white in the background, probably an 8-point transition here. Maybe? You know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe that's not a good idea. I'm gonna have a fill on both of these at 8%, so it makes sense. And then I want that to be 12 4 12 4. 12 is a bit much. Let's do 8. Let's do 8. I feel like 2 is probably gonna be better instead of 4. It's fine though. It's okay. So this is AI is not gonna figure that out. That amount of details is never gonna be passing through. So I'm gonna see. We want this to be in the communication, which is not gonna be there. So I'm gonna use green and 400 on this thing and green 400 as well. I mean, technically we should use the dang. the 200 or the 100 for the slide thing. And then this right here, change this to the 600, and the background should be the 900. Not really. Not really. This is not gonna work. These colors are not gonna work with me. I need that to be a different thing. I'm gonna use plain old color. And I want this to be in a white background so that, you know, it's gonna figure it out. So this is gonna take green, and I'm gonna take like a very light green. I feel like 42 is good. Yeah, maybe. Dang. Let's see if the MCP is working on this thing. Gonna need the fucking thing again. Oh my god. Ah. um. Yeah, even then, that thing doesn't make any sense. So right now, I'm just saying that the system has two edit mode and view mode, and therefore, if we switch the toggles, right now we have granted, not granted. If I move to edit, I have the toggles, but I have a feeling that this is a useless step. This is something that I don't need, and I would be better off if we were like directly in edit mode by default, as in if you click on a role, you are in the edit mode, and if you make some changes, you can either cancel or save. But if you don't do shit, then you don't do shit, and therefore nothing changes. So yeah, that's it might have to happen, because it will be just so much easier to not have to add a click. That's just removing a click is always a pretty okay ID, I feel like. So this looks massive. Maybe I've done this thing a bit too much. Yes, 40 is massive. God dang. My bad. My bad. My bad. That's on me. Mm. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, you now have a pink badge. You got a blanket. Stony, that's what happened. You are now a VIP, which allows you to do things in this channel that other people cannot do. Like sending messages in chat, watching the stream. Uh, I forgot if... I don't think you have the image and chat things. But yes, it is an absolute scam. I mean, all of the redeems in this stream is a scam. You got your badge. That looks kind of dimmed. Not the biggest fan of that, but yeah, it's working. I mean, talking about Dapshi here, it's not, it's it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, they will probably come back at some point. Just not now. Not really a good idea. Specifically because I haven't done. I mean, I don't do them, so I can do one. I can't do three. Um, Not anymore. It's kind of wild, by the way. I I curl bigger dumbbells, but I can't uh, pull up as much as I used to because I'm just not doing it. I mean, it makes sense, it's just the back muscles, but god dang, I am rusty. Um, I'm gonna say that, like, very, very implement these two designs from Figma, not nothing else. Like, there is a very specific spacing and corner radius and so on. It's important. It is important. By the way, actually, regarding the chat GMD that you have, what's the other than the fact that it is a chat GPT type thing, what's the actual benefits that you see in your usage? Because you're probably using it as well. Like, what is the actual benefits compared to other things from your point of view, other than the chat? Like, is it the workout generation? Is it the nutritional facts? It's something else. Um, what do you like about it? Nothing? Hmm. 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 I see. That seems to be working, but it's also only working on light mode. I have a feeling that if I switch to light mode, it's going to be great. Yeah, and now this, yeah, fuck me. Structured database of exercise, so you can literally say I have perfect exercise and clear plan for me. I see. So based on the fact that there is no predefined things, then it becomes easier to generate some stuff that are like wilder things. Yeah. Have you? You probably haven't. Uh, I have shared something in the inspiration earlier today that might be interesting to you. I don't know. It depends what you want to do. But this website specifically is coming from a very specific like data points and so on. But there is a lot of data visualization, rendering, and understanding that maybe you want to take a look at. I don't know. The simplicity is what we like. This is mostly things about like the data around the world. So obviously it's a different thing, and whatever. But there is a ton of data. There is a ton of very interesting system, and maybe based on how this has been built, there are some stuff in there that could be helpful for you to understand if you have like a web version of the logs and the profile for the user. Maybe some of these charts and these data visualization are going to be good for showcasing how much weight you lifted on one day and compared to the others. What are your split around the month, the week, the year, the whatever. It could be very interesting. So the rendering of the data is simple, which we like, and the implementation is agent first, and therefore I have a feeling that your system is kind of similar. So yeah, and there is a ton of data. We are just at the half mark point right there. Like it's basically a data visualization website to show you what you can have and how you can showcase shit, which is impressive. Uh, you see that? You see that? Can they read and can they count? Look at me, right there. We are at the limit. We're at the limit of the French. The fuck, half half of the French. Half of the French can read and count. That is that's crazy. Oh my god. Sorry. They shouldn't be on the map. Well, they are not on the map. Because the country doesn't exist. Yeah. I It's crazy. But yeah, all of that is pretty interesting. There is so much data in there that is pretty cool. So yeah, could be good, could be bad, depending on you. You might find things. Um, I mean, it shouldn't exist. It has. If you take a book from the 60s, if I remember correctly, or 43, I forgot which one it is. It doesn't exist. Wasn't there. And the fact that it has, since I've been born and since I've heard about this part of the world, the only thing that I've heard is that it's just pissing off everyone and not doing what it should do. So I don't. Mm-mm. Anyways, small details. The whole computer just froze for a split second. Uh, yeah, I mean the the fucking white hair man, which I don't want to pronounce the name, uh, that is at the head of this entire thing, has been deemed. I have seen so many stickers since I was born of this is the devil. Like this is a bad person. This is the devil. This is it, it's been the case for since I have heard my sister talk about the region, and I'm like, well, I'm seeing what's happening. If you have common sense and a brain. Anyways, uh, I forgot what it was. This was like 2003, maybe 2004, maybe. Where it started to. I mean, it started way before that, but like a plague, a plague. Anyways, no, I mean. From my sister. My sister is not that old. 2003, 2004 is where I remember like roughly where things have happened. I think um and maybe this is kind of half different and I don't think I can write that properly, but dang. Maybe I can. There's two F's. Cool. When I was younger, I kind of we went to a very specific type of shop, which is like instant and whatever, and they had some of these. I don't know if they are exactly the same or not the same. It doesn't really matter. I had one that was bright green because I love green. And since then, I've been hearing things about that part of the world. So, yeah, like basically, yeah, not even. This is not bright green. Very much bright green. So much different things. And yeah, because I had that, I heard things. Let's see if that works. Let's see if that works. Um, I think this is not good, specifically for the contrast ratio in between the background color and the foreground color. Uh, I said the one that is not selected, not both of them. That's better. It's still bad, but that's better. it's it's fine. I can deal with it. Can deal with it. I want that 4.6 here to probably be lower than that, so I'm gonna switch that to 48. I think 48 is gonna make a lot more sense. For the opacity right there, that makes sense. In edit mode and non-edit mode, again, I don't think that makes any sense. If I have that view as a default, I think switching to edit mode makes no fucking sense. So I have that feeling, and I think that feeling is gonna be good. No, we'll go on in. Welcome back. I'm trying to make something a bit better. Right now, we have a role section in the Yoga app that is, how can I say that? I am logged in, yeah. um, Basically, it is good, but it required the user to go in and press the edit button, which makes absolutely no fucking sense. When you have, like, you select a role, you want to make sure that you just have, the edit in place. It makes so much more sense compared to just clicking edit and then having the ability to edit the things, specifically when these things are visually editable and so on. Yeah, I am basically just changing button colors with AI. Yes, that is what I'm doing. If I knew if I knew how to read the code, I wouldn't use the AI. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. You know what? I feel like most front-end dev use that often, based on the fact that the most prominent meme amongst front-end devs is censoring a div. Therefore, it's probably happening way more often than we want to admit it. I feel like I need to check, but I have a feeling. Cool, I'm already up to date. Also, pulling right there makes absolutely no sense. Yeah. That seems pretty good. Again, the next step is mainly saying, Ah. That makes no sense. The role name input field could look like an input field a bit more. Great job, me, at explaining what is supposed to happen. I mean, it makes sense. The inputs that is right here is not an input. Um, but if people don't know how an input field is supposed to look when you have like edit in place text, then we need like the borders and shit to make it make sense to them. So that is the small changes that needs to happen on this thing. I have a fear on all of that. Yep, that's broken. uh, if it doesn't fix it, I'm gonna have to revert again. So yeah, it broke something somewhere around here. One of the stuff that I hate about Cursor, going back to ranting about the fact that I love this company, but I hate it as well. Um, is that in some instances of some of the models and some of the version of the app, we used to have the ability to stay right there in the middle of two edits, and it would bring a plus, and we would have the ability to just revert up to that point, just above, just before that edit, and be able to say, well, you broke everything right there, so let me just revert. Everything before that was perfect, on point, no issues. But you broke the thing right there. Let me just revert just to that thing, which is exactly what I'm gonna have to do right here. Um, save them, and then I'm gonna move that here. It did broke it, but it's fine. I can revert. I like to tell it, like, make sure to don't break anything as if it knew. As if it knew. I Again, based on the fact that this conversation specifically is starting to be very long, I have a feeling that this thing is running out of context window, and therefore have a very hard time understanding like what needs to happen and so on. But yeah, that's that is the situation. That is the current situation, which is fine. It's broken. Sorry. Stop. um, what the fuck did you do? You deleted one of these things, and now everything is broken. Let's see if that works. Also, I'm seeing a ton of hard-coded color right here. These two regular things. That's bad. These two should be like OKLCH and so on. But mm, mm. Nonetheless, Amino, how have you been? How's your day going? How was your week? Yeah, I haven't been here like a week or something. So yeah, how's everything? A week or a month? I don't know. Or two, maybe. Oh, for fuck's sake! It broke the thing again. Ah. You know what? You don't know what. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna create a new chat. A brand new chat. And make sure that you don't break everything. Let's plan first. Um, get yourself a proper cotton t-shirt and use that. If you have microfibers, as in the one that you use to clean the house, these are really bad. They leave a little amount of traces. You can have the wet wipes for the glasses that are pretty cool. And then the last thing that I would potentially recommend you to do is get yourself a nano coating, if that's an option, if you have that close to where you live. There are some sprays, and I mean sprays are kind of weird, but like nano coating things for the brain, for your car mirrors. You probably have seen that. These are coating to make sure that the rain doesn't leave traces or stay in place and so on, so that you have clear visibility. If you use these coatings on your glasses, you don't lose the prescription. You may lose some distortion here and there if it's not like an even coating, but most of the time you should be okay doing that. It should be fine. And you would end up with something that doesn't really take smudges or anything. So that's an option. But yeah, tissue, like these shirts are pretty cool. These are cotton shirts, and they're pretty good overall to, uh, clean said glasses. So maybe that's the way to go. I know that I've had. I'm gonna shill the Japanese a bit. I've had my ex, which had contact lens, but also glasses for at home. She had things like tablets that you put inside of a glass of water that was basically cleaning the glasses. I don't know exactly how it worked, but that was a thing. So maybe you can get something similar. Um, what? Yeah. This is gonna run through Kimmy. I'm kind of scared of that, but if it breaks, it breaks, and I don't really give a shit, so. Let's see. But yeah. Make sure that it's a cotton, like 100% cotton shirts, if that's an option to you. Why is this broken every fucking time? The first edit is breaking the TypeScript type. Makes no sense. I mean, it makes sense. The raw info editing doesn't exist anymore once you don't have it. So, yeah. I'm gonna let it run, but I have a feeling this is not gonna go through. Or at least not as much as it should. And that's working. That's better. That's okay. That's fine. Everything is back to nothing though. That's really bad. You know what? I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Yeah. What I do hate is this. What the fuck is that border? Oh. Yeah, no, I know that. I've done that many times. Um, I should show you that one time I did that. Um, I did that here in the... What the fuck is that? Did I call that? I'm not looking for branch. I'm looking for the history. Basically, at some point, I decided to do the refactoring of the entirety of the code base of Perfume through Gemini 3.1, if I remember correctly, and it did the thing. It did the entire thing, and it was pretty good. Where is that thing? If only you could search. If only you could search. It didn't break anything. That was crazy. That's why I kind of want to show it to you, because it was 3.1, and it was kind of crazy. I think we touched 50 or 60 files in one go, and then everything worked, which I was kind of impressed about. Because I was not expecting it to work that well. Yeah, there was 31 files. A lot of them have been deleted, and that's like one of the options. And yeah, 46 on this one. It's just... And yeah, I've done that many times. All that to say this. Just, yeah. Opposite is indeed overthinking most of the stuff. It depends on what you're trying to achieve, but yeah. You know what? This is pretty good. This is pretty good. The fact that if you just, you edit something, which makes absolutely no sense to have it with the not available things, but that's working. I like it. Cancel works. That default is pissing me off. The only thing that I want here is probably having some changes there. I think you need a set of illustrative gym equipment. So if you are not against image generation through AI, which I kind of am, if that's not your case, you'll be fine. Do that. If if that's your case, go into UI8 or whatever and find a set of legally accessible on the internet somewhere. Illustration like this, for example, I'm sure if I go in the gym and in illustration, there is a ton of options in there, like the fitness and exercise equipments could be a thing that you take as a reference, you know. I don't know how many there is in there. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all you get. I don't know. But if that's all you get and that's good enough, maybe that's good enough. I don't fucking know. I don't care. But yeah, something like this could work, and maybe something like this could be more aligned with the vibe that you want to have. Um, you know, it's uh, it's an option. These might be too specific. No, it's not free. It is not free. This one is 15 bucks. And the other one that we were looking at a second ago was 7 bucks because it's on discount. However, Russians are good. That's all I'm gonna say. Russians are pretty good. There is a server with the entirety of UI8 content, which therefore is free. But yeah. Yeah, that's. I think fitness is probably going to be a bit of a better options. Um, and you might find things in there. You might find other illustrative stuff, but nonetheless, if you are not into that, maybe get a ChatGPT to generate a set of barbell, um, dumbbells, kettlebell, bell, and some machines, and then use that for stickers. Or in the beginning, I'm sure you can use the emojis, the basics emojis that are on your keyboard to do something good about it. I wish I had Perfume open right now so that I could just show you how it could work, because it's basically that easy. But yeah, uh, right now my computer is not happy at all. Not happy in the slightest. Something is running in the background and I don't like it. Um, I think the default tag makes no sense. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. Um, Let me see. Maybe it will work. Maybe I can show you in about a second and a half. Um, that's probably gonna break the stream. So, brace yourself. Um, yeah, raw as default makes no sense. I kind of not the biggest fan of that, but why not? I was mostly talking about the fact that the badge makes no sense, not necessarily the the concept, but we'll see in about a second. Um, I'm going to zoom in on this thing, so it's going to make sense. See if that helps. I doubt it. I'm also running the entire thing 3 times, so that is not good. Is this? It's not. Okay. So at the top, it makes sense. At the bottom, it doesn't. Permission. Fade effect. On the edge. This bitch. God dang. If one day Xcode was like, maybe I could be efficient and show what the user is asking for directly, just the preview. I'm just asking for the preview. That's all. That's all I need. Nothing else. Nothing else. God dang. I don't think running that is gonna make it go faster, but it could. So I'm gonna try, but I doubt it. I think if I build instead. I see. I see. Oh, fuck's sake. It is because I'm running this while the stream is running. I know. Don't worry about it. It should just work. It should just work. It should be fine. It should be fine. But it isn't. See, your AI is taking a lot of time to figure out shit. Xcode is taking the same amount of time just to launch and build the thing that he has been building for the past, I don't know, year, roughly. Ugh. What a waste of time. Every single micro action that you do in the code right there is just impacting the view, and therefore the entirety of the view needs to rebuild itself. Not just what you change, unless you are changing a text line. If it's a text line, it's okay. It works. Also, that shit is taking so long for the last 15 files to build. Cool. That helps. Do we have, now that it's built, do we have like the transition? We don't. God dang. We just built the fucking thing. God dang. It pisses me off. So we have the nice fade at the top and nice fade at the bottom. I feel like that's good enough. Is it fading properly? Yeah. I feel like that's good. Let's see in light mode, what does it look like? This was a bad idea. That's kind of fine. That's kind of fine. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. I'm not okay with this though. Damn. Why is it taking so long? Oh my god. All of that just because I want to show you something that is potentially gonna work. Not even something that is going to work. It's just like, yeah, you could just do that. And have your effect and your stickers and your stuff on top of the image. This is one of the things that I'm like, I wish I could do that in Figma, because it would be faster for me to show you that thing in Figma like way quicker. But because Figma doesn't allow for that specific effect on emojis, it's not gonna work. If it was like on the regular text, it would work, but like on emojis, it's just like, I don't know, it doesn't understand what needs to happen. So yeah. And the fans in my computer are currently blowing so much because Xcode is running, and Xcode is shit. I love it though, but Xcode is shit. Performance wise, I don't know why. I know why. My computer is shit. That's the reason. That is the reason. It's just true. It is. It is. The computer is kind of shit. So performance wise, it's bad. It would. It would. And I wouldn't have to paint the walls anymore. It'd probably just be black after that. And fine. Probably. Would be okay. It would be okay. I've started the secondary fan, manual fan. You know, like the small handheld fans for your fails when it's too hot outside. I have one next to the computer so that it blows air through the whole chassis. Yeah. We are at that level of desperation. It's working though, which is good. It's impressive. Sometimes I put it underneath, so that it blows air from the bottom. Um, but that makes more noise. So yeah. Oh my god. Let me just step back on what I said. It makes sense that it's taking so long, but goddamn, it's not making any fucking sense. Like the indexing is paused because the simulator is supposed to be working, but you need the indexing in order to have the simulator to work. So that's just like, just do your fucking thing. Oh my god. Gonna piss me off. It's going to piss me off. Nonetheless, this is good. I feel like we are okay. I kind of want to change something and, you know, have that in the overall whatever that is. Did that not show up? It did not show up. God damn. I mean, it was supposed to work, but it didn't. I think it's because you don't have the .png at the end or some shit like this. Maybe it's a WebP. Is it a WebP? It should work though. It should have worked. I don't know why. But yeah, I agree. I agree with the sentiment. It makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. That's not what I wanted to click on. The clean is successful. That's good. Do we have the indexing? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. That's working. See, that's working. I don't know why the fucking system wants to have the .jpeg or the .png at the end and figure out that that's the only way that this could be an image. No other reasons. Like if it's not a .png at the end, well, it's not an image. I understand. I understand. But god dang. I have hopes. I have hopes. It feels like we're at 303 out of 318, which is a better deal than we were on earlier. That makes sense. And the indexing has been done. So technically, it could work. But because it's the last 15 files, again, it just can't figure it out. Oh my god. I wish I could hire a dev. I wish I had enough money to hire a dev to just look over the entire code base and say, oh, this is so shit. Let me just optimize it, please. But no, I can't do that. It's working! Dapshi, this is the thing in question. No, a dev that knows what he's talking about. So, you could have like your element like this, and then you just stickers it, so you end up with something that it's gonna take a second. You end up with a thing that looks like this as a real sticker, and that whole thing is an option to, you know, stand out from whatever, and with just just emoji is potentially enough in the beginning to get like your sticker effect properly placed wherever you want them on top of everything. And I'm almost certain that if I look for dumbbells or just this, it's working as well. Like maybe, you know. Like sometimes that's all you need. And its emojis is not the best thing, but it will be better than nothing until you have the ability to just create your illustration yourself and or find an illustration pack that exists that has everything that you need. So that alone as a concept, as a system, would probably be good enough as stickers. And then, as mentioned earlier, if you have something like, I'm going to do the same thing. If you have like um, Yes, that would work. If you have something like this, for example, and you say, I don't know, you did 13 reps of something. So this is going to be, goddamn, this is going to be somewhere around here. To get you 13 on top, I'm going to have not the large title because large title is going to be kind of faint. My font weight is going to be black, and then my font design is going to be rounded, and I want this shit to be, I don't know, blue. So my foreground color, foreground style is gonna be slash, not slash, just blue. And that thing is gonna be sticked. So just regular sticker on top. And let me place an offset. Goddamn. The fact that I still remember that, it's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, this is crazy. So if I have my padding minus 4 minus, I don't know, 6, 8, 8, 13. And then that, and I don't know, 16 probably. Yeah. Large title is not, is too big. So just title. It's probably going to be enough. That's the wrong one. My bad. My bad. Oh my God. Yeah. This is really bad placement. But if you have something like this as a sub sticker, and you said that you have had done 13 reps for once instead of your 10, because you have the data and it's just on top of, and you have the sticker as the muscles stickers, whatever. You can use the legs, you can use whatever the fuck you want. I feel like that's could be enough of a system to, you know, present the data as stickers wherever. Again, the main reason for this, and the main idea behind this, is me being online too much and not being able to show you the titties. My bad. I know. I'm sorry. I should be, but I can't. I can't. Legally speaking, I don't have the right to show you the titties. So, seeing shit like this, for example, is basically the vibe that people are kind of going for the elements that is going to be added to that text near the end. I'm sorry, it's near the end. But all of these effects, all of these things that you can see in that thumbnails right there, or right there, for example, I should do that. Like, these things are the teeny tiny elements that gonna make the picture itself be more interesting and more appreciated by the people that are sharing the image. So shit like this is appreciated, and then no titties for you. I'm sorry, still you can't. I wish we had like one of the specifics that I have in mind, because these are really like common for what I see on a daily and weekly basis, that it just makes sense. But if you're not in there, then I get it. Um, God damn. Like shit like this. I know it's different, and I know it's not the same vibe, but this is what I'm seeing on a daily basis. And so if you give your users the ability to just place shit all over the place on the image that they are sharing on their stories before, like they go and do it themselves within Instagram, within Threads, within TikTok, and so on, you will have like so much more appreciations. But you know, again, I'm seeing this all the time. Like just having these things as fake stickers, it's lines on top of the content, but it's just it makes sense. So again, that's the reason, that's the idea. Um, from my point of view, I don't think by typing Gemma we'll have just ass all around, which is fine. We don't mind it. Um, but yeah, shit like this. That's what that's the thing. That's what I think you should have. Like these elements, these memoji and whatever you want to call them, as these are mostly AI generated, obviously. Um, but if you can do that, specifically the pink one, it would just it would make your life easier. That's the only thing that I'm talking about. Other than that, it don't matter. Other than that, it don't matter. I think I'm good with this. I am scared. Roles. I'm gonna push that and hope for the best. I hope the Fields is fine with this. And yes, Kotlin is the best option for what you want to have, because Kotlin is also cross-platform. Stony, if you didn't know. I don't think you knew. But yeah, if you have your code in Kotlin, the ability to then switch to making it run on iOS and on desktop and on other platform is yeah, is a pretty simple and easy thing to do. So yeah, would highly recommend. Would highly recommend. So we have Jackie who's live. I know the Tesla is just going live. Stony, do we have someone else than Coffee? Because we've been raiding Coffee almost every fucking stream. We have BitGaming. We could go there. The Code Drift. Who that? Just starting. And good music choice. If you don't know, you can't hear it, but uh, good choice. Good choice. Every day. Every day. Is it someone that you know? As in the code drift, or is it someone new that you have no idea what they do, how they do, and so on? I don't know. And I can't, like, give you the sound because, goddamn. Well, we can go there. We can go there. You know, why not? Why not? Why not? We like the music. It's a good choice. They just started. We just ended. Everything is good. Everyone is happy. So yeah, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciated. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord, ask the question there. If you have a big perfume collection, use perfume. If you have a big list of links, go there. And if you want to learn Japanese, go here. But yeah, usual things. I did forget to change the number again. Again. So that happens. But yeah, take care of yourself. I will be back on Friday. Um, enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. It is automated. It just, for some reason, doesn't work. So, yeah, but we'll see. Take care of yourself. I will see you next time. Bye.